Thank you, Madam President. I rise to explain my vote.
Please do.
I just want to quickly say something. Since we are voting on the environment bill, you know, it was just a few moments ago, well, actually, when we were during recess, I was sitting outside and I felt 2 drops of rain.
Oh, good.
2 drops of rain. But with that rain were the winds. And so I just want to send thoughts of safety to all of those that are first responders fighting the fires in Arizona that are devastating our forests. Our first responders, please be safe. I'm sure that no matter what side of the aisle we sit on, we want our first responders to know that our thoughts and prayers are with you, whether you're with the fire safety service or whether you are one of the inmates also risking your lives to be on the front lines and protect our environment. So with that, I'm extremely disappointed that our very good amendments did not get on this bill, but I vote no on SB 1822.
Thank you, ma'am. System is now closed. Secretary will now record the vote by a vote of 16 ayes, 14 ayes, 0 not voting. You have passed Senate Bill 1822, signed in open session. Secretary is instructed to record the action, transmit the bill to the House. Third reading of bills.
SB 1825, an act amending Title 13, amending Title 3, Chapter 1, Article 3, ARS, by adding Section 3, 127, amending Title 15, Chapter 13, Article 2, ARS, by adding Sections 15, 1647, and 15, 1650-05, amending Section 15, 1671, ARS, amending Title 15, Chapter 13, ARS, by adding Article 6, amending Section 15, 1781, ARS, amending Title 15, Chapter 13, Article 11, ARS, by adding Section 15, 1781-01, amending Title 15, Chapter 14, Article 5, ARS, by adding Section 15, 1851-01, repealing Sections 15, 1854, and 15, 1855, ARS, amending Section 15, 1877, ARS, repealing laws 2008, Chapter 287, Section 39, as amended by laws 2009 for a special session, Chapter 6, Section 3, appropriating monies relating to budget reconciliation for higher education.
Members,
Okay, there you are.
members, you all
She
heard.
looks like,
Members, you've all heard the third reading of Senate Bill 1825. Those in favor of the measure vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. System is now open and the Senate will now proceed to vote. Senator Alston, how do you vote on Senate Bill 1825?
Good evening, President Pan. This is Leela Alston from Legislative District 24, and I vote no on Senate Bill 1825.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Contreras, how do you vote on 1825?
Madam President, I'm Senator Contreras from District 19, and I vote no on SB 1825.
Thank you, sir. Senator Engel, how do you vote?
Kirsten Engel, Senator from District 10. I vote no on Senate Bill 1825.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Gabaldon?
Senator Gabaldon, I vote no on SB 1825, anyway.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Livingston?
Senator Livingston, representing District 22, votes yes on Senate Bill 1825.
Thank you, sir. Senator Mendez?
Senator Mendez, District 26, I vote no on 1825.
Thank you, sir. And Senator Steele?
Senator Steele, District 9, I vote no on SB 1825.
Thank you, ma'am. Senators Alston, Contreras, Engel, Gabaldon, Mendez, and Steele are all no on 1825. Senator Livingston is a yes on 1825. Senator Navarrete, you are on the board.
President, I rise to explain my vote.
Please do.
Thank you. Members, we're missing an opportunity here to invest in our workforce development. As I mentioned during Committee of the Whole, we discussed how we continue to zero out operating funds for both Maricopa and Pima colleges. These two college districts educate 70% of the community college students in this state, and we need to prioritize their efforts to invest in the future workforce that we are trying to invest in. There is a lot of jobs that are going to be coming here to the state of Arizona, and one thing we constantly hear over and over is we do not have a skilled workforce. Although there have been efforts made to increase the budget to universities, when you look at other states across the country, a board does not get the funding that is required for them to continue to excel and to reduce costs for our students here in the state of Arizona. We constantly talk about how we need to make education as affordable as possible, but this budget does not do that. And yet again, we're here another year, continuing to zero out funding to Pima and Maricopa colleges, and continuing to miss an opportunity to fund our universities in the state of Arizona. With that, Madam President, I vote no on Senate Bill 1825.
Thank you, sir. Members, have you all voted? System is now closed. Secretary will now record the action by vote of 17 ayes, 13 nays, and 0 not voting. You have passed Senate Bill 1825, signed in open session. Secretary is instructed to record the action, transmit the bill to the House. Third reading of bills.
SB 1827, an act amending Title 23 ARS by adding Chapter 11, amending Section 425029 ARS, repealing Section 425041 ARS, amending Section 431011 ARS, amending Laws 2016, Chapter 125, Section 21, as amended by Laws 2017, Chapter 215, Section 1, amending Laws 2016, Chapter 125, Section 22, as amended by Laws 2017, Chapter 215, Section 2, amending Laws 2016, Chapter 125, Section 26, as amended by Laws 2017, Chapter 215, Section 3, amending Laws 2016, Chapter 125, Section 28, as amended by Laws 2017, Chapter 215, Section 4, appropriating monies relating to revenue budget reconciliation.
Thank you. Members, you've all heard the third reading of Senate Bill 1827. Those in favor of the measure vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The system is now open, and the Senate will now proceed to vote. Senator Alston, how do you vote on Senate Bill 1827?
Madam President, this is Leila Alston from Legislative Number 24, and I vote no on Senate Bill 1827. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Contreras, how do you vote on 1827?
Madam President, this is Senator Contreras from District 19, and I vote no on SB 1827.
Thank you, sir. Senator Engel, how do you vote?
Kirsten Engel, District 10. I vote no on Senate Bill 1827.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Gabaldon?
Senator Gabaldon, I vote no on SB 1827.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Livingston?
Senator Livingston, representing District 22, votes yes on Senate Bill 1827.
Thank you, sir. Senator Mendez, how do you vote?
Senator Mendez, District 26, I vote no on 1827.
Thank you, sir. And Senator Steele, how do you vote?
Senator Steele, District 9, I vote no on SB 1827.
Thank you, ma'am. Senators Alston, Contreras, Engel, Gabaldon, Mendez, and Steele are all noes on 1827, and Senator Livingston is a yes on 1827. System is now closed. Secretary will now record the vote by vote of 16 ayes, 14 nays, 0 not voting. You have passed Senate Bill 1827. Signed in open session, Secretary is instructed to record the action, transmit the bill to the House. Third reading of bills.
SB 1828, an act amending Sections 15972, 23622, 23771, 23779, and 23780 ARS, amending Title 23, Chapter 4, Article 7 ARS by adding Section 23701, amending Section 425061 ARS as amended Laws 2019, Chapter 273, Section 7, and Chapter 288, Section 1, amending Section 425061 ARS as amended by Laws 2019, Chapter 273, Section 8, and Chapter 288, Section 2, amending Sections 425159, 4215001, 43206, 43222 ARS, amending Title 43, Chapter 2, Article 3 ARS by adding Section 43243, amending Sections 43581, 43111, 43122, and 43141 ARS, amending Title 43, Chapter 10, Article 5 ARS by adding Section 43107601, amending Sections 43108901, and 431122 ARS, amending Title 43, Chapter 11, Article 6 ARS by adding Section 431162, amending Section 431184, 431504, 431603, and 48807 ARS, appropriating monies relating to taxation.
Thank you. Members, you've all heard the third reading of Senate Bill 1828. Those in favor of the measure will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. System is now open, and the Senate will now proceed to vote. Okay. Senator Alston, how do you vote on Senate Bill 1828?
Madam President, this is Leila Alston from Legislative District 24, and I vote no on Senate Bill 1828.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Senator Contreras, how do you vote on 1828?
Madam President, I, Senator Contreras, vote no on SB 1828.
Thank you, sir. Senator Engel, how do you vote?
Yes, Madam Chair, may I explain my vote?
Please do.
Yes, I am a strong no against this bill. I feel like it is a huge mistake that Arizona is taking and that we will regret it. It is fiscally irresponsible, and I fear that we are going to go down the same road as Kansas did. And I know that some of the supporters have all kinds of various ways of trying to distinguish our situation from Kansas. I don't buy those distinctions. It seems to me like it's very, very similar, that we will be robbing ourselves of revenues to deal with issues that we have in this state. It destroys the whole idea of progressive taxation, which is based upon the very solid foundation of the first dollar is the most important dollar to you. As you get more dollars, they don't mean quite as much. And it completely turns upside down the idea of equity in our tax system. So for us to take such a big step in terms of reducing our tax revenues into the future and undoing our progressive tax system, I think is very unfair and will end up robbing us of the revenues that we need, that we should be spending today on things like our schools and our environment. So with that, I'm kind of aghast that we're at this moment where we are actually passing this into law, something that has not had enough vetting in this body, even what the implications of this will be. So with that, I am a strong no.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Gabaldon, how do you vote?
This is Senator Gabaldon. I vote no on SB 1828.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Livingston, how do you vote?
Madam President, with your permission, I'd like to explain my vote.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam President. I am very, very happy to see this bill go through. I want to thank Madam President Fan for her hard work behind the scenes. I want to thank my seatmate, Ben Toma, the majority leader, fighting on the House. I want to thank Gowan, our Appropriations Chair, and a very special thank you to J.D. Mesnard, Senator Mesnard, for his multi-year effort in working on some of these tax bills and getting us to a flat tax. And with that, I'm so happy to be able to vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Senator Mendez, how do you vote?
Yeah, Madam President, may I explain my vote?
Please do.
Thank you. Members, I heard a lot of talk this session about increasing the public trust in government and enhancing accountability, but then we end up doing a budget like this, behind closed doors, with arm twisting and horse trading to buy off members one at a time. All the while, there's a looming state government shutdown. Where was the opportunity for the people to conduct a meaningful, detailed review of the budget? What do we got to be afraid of? The way we're doing this budget does not help increase public trust in government or enhance accountability for the spending decisions being made. It's sad that cries of accountability and trust only matter when it's your lathered up voters. We have the resources to expand kids' care, health insurance, raise teacher pay, make college more affordable, address infrastructure needs, and more. But instead, the values that built this budget would rather give a massive tax cut to the wealthy. And sadly, that's why we can never afford nice things, like ending childhood poverty. We're supposed to plan a budget that keeps families safely together. This budget only abandons families to face eviction and then sentences people to death on the street in the heat, while the wealthy get to pervertedly withhold their commitment to the society that they made their wealth off of. Again, rather than fully fund education or fix our crumbling schools, roads, and bridges, everything else is falling apart, this Republican-designed budget opts to pass a risky, unsustainable, and fiscally dangerous permanent tax cut that will cost us our futures. Any of the small steps we made in the past will be thrown out the door by passing a massive tax cut rather than investing in the states, in our families' most urgent priorities and needs. It's been said before that the best way for the wealthy to give back is involuntarily, through taxes. Everything else is cheating the system so the wealthy can hoard their wealth while you kick down pennies and expect our constituents to thrive with neglect, like it's some kind of sick, tough love. You should all be ashamed of this budget. We should all be ashamed of this. I'm ashamed of this sorry showing of democracy and deliberation. And because of that, I have to vote no.
Thank you, sir. Senator Steele, how do you vote?
Madam President, I'd like to explain my vote.
Please do.
So I expected to be there tonight, and earlier this evening I learned that my father's not doing well, so I had to race home, and I've had to stop several times along the way before I actually arrived here, but it's really important for me. I know that if I'm not there, my vote still registers as a no vote, but it's important for me to be here in this form because I want to be on record as voting no against this bill. I see this bill as a perverse form of governing. When you take money away from poor people, from middle-class people, and we have so much money and so many needs, and we could be addressing those. In addition, we have cities that need support. We have fire and police stations that need support. We're in the middle of a drought, and we can barely afford, we're going to be paying our firefighters $1.50 an hour if they're inmates fighting the fires to save us, but because we can't afford to give them $3 an hour, that's crazy. But no, we can take that money and give huge tax breaks in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to the wealthiest Arizonans. And we will never be able to recoup that money. The system is set up so that we will never be able to undo what we're about to do right now. And it's sad. This is maddening. This breaks my heart to see that we are actually doing this. And it's wrong. It feels immoral to me that we would do this. With that, I vote a resounding no on SB 1828.
Thank you, ma'am. Senators Alston, Contreras, Engel, Gabaldon, Mendez, and Steele are all no's on 1828. Senator Livingston is a yes on 1828. Okay, Senator Marsh, you're on the board first.
Madam President, I rise to explain my vote.
Please do.
I'm just wondering if any of my colleagues from across the aisle are paying attention to the shift in the makeup of the legislature. Since 2011, the Republican majority has increasingly lost members, except for 2015 when the senator from LD7, who was a Democrat, changed and became a Republican. Other than that, in both chambers, for 10 years, the Republicans have lost members. And I can't help but wonder if there is a connection between bills like this in our public schools and our roads and bridges and our water and sewer systems, and instead we are giving a significant tax break to our richest folks leaving anybody who is under $21,000 a year with zero. And as I said earlier, all of our assistants at like $3 a year, which is what, not even a tank of gas. I too am I'm outraged by this particular bill. I don't think it's wise for the state of Arizona's citizens, and I honestly don't think it's wise for our majority party here in this chamber, but they're pushing it through anyway. And with that, I vote no.
Thank you. Senator Quesada, you're on the board next.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I rise to explain my vote. Thank you, Madam President. Members, while I've been here in the state legislature, I've voted against 8 state budgets. Well, this will be the 8th one. I only got to vote yes for 2 of them. One of them was a skinny budget because of COVID. Another one was Medicaid expansion. And despite that, out of all of those budgets, I think I'm the most excited about this one. And I'm excited about it because I'm going to get to vote no on a budget that I believe is truly going to drive the nail in the coffin of the GOP dominance in the state of Arizona. Because once the people of Arizona realize what is actually in this budget, once they see this welfare for the wealthy budget, they are not going to be happy. Once they see that the overwhelming majority of Arizonans are barely getting enough of a tax cut to fill a tank of gas, while the wealthiest of Arizonans are getting enough to buy a new car, they are not going to be happy about this. Once they see the implications of the rest of this budget, and because of these tax cuts that we did, because of this budget for the rich that we've done, and we squandered an opportunity to invest in our K through 12 schools, we squandered an opportunity to invest in our community colleges, in our universities, in our social safety net, in our environment, in our housing, in our infrastructure, and in all of the things that the people of Arizona value, all of the things that the people of Arizona care about, and all of the things that the people of Arizona need, they need for their leaders to address. And we're squandering all of that, not because of some radical budget shortage, but when we have plenty of money in the bank. We have the money to do it. We have the money to invest right now, and we are throwing it away in a budget for the rich. Once the people of Arizona see what this is, they are not going to be happy. And so with that, Madam President, I vote no.
Thank you, sir. Senator Otondo, you're on the board next.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to explain my vote.
Please do.
For those watching, I would like to explain my position by actually explaining something that we heard in appropriations and an overall view of this budget. You see, when we looked at the revenues coming in under other sources, the budget and the numbers were saying that in 23 we would receive $200 million coming in, and in 24, $300 million coming in, and those revenues from gaming were pie in the sky numbers. It is only because of those numbers in revenue that we see this. When we asked JLBC, the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, what were their estimates for revenue from gaming, they said 34 million. I'm sorry, that's a big difference. There was some arguing going on. Okay, let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Let's say it wasn't 34 million that would come from gaming. Let's say it's 68. Well, there's still a very big difference between 200 million in 23 and 300 million in 24. And by the way, how do you get a $100 million increase from 23 to 24 unless you've made gambling addicts out of the entire population of Arizona? The numbers don't jive for me. The numbers don't jive for me, and as a supporter of public education and a supporter of Prop 208, I'm angry. I'm angry as a teacher. As someone who is extremely concerned about the environment and the fires that are burning Arizona, I'm extremely concerned about mitigating the lands that are not in good condition. As someone who is extremely concerned about the families who are homeless and the mentally ill on the streets, I'm extremely concerned that the Housing Trust Fund did not receive proper funding. As someone who worked with high-risk children in the public school system, I am extremely concerned that this body and the 9th floor aren't more concerned about keeping families together and supporting something like kinship care that would help stabilize our youngest and most vulnerable. There are a lot of good things we could be doing, a lot of good things. But instead, we're giving away to the wealthy a lot of money. If the numbers jived in the total package, who knows? Maybe someone in our caucus would support some tax cuts. But the numbers don't jive. And so my message to anyone listening is in 2 years from now, when it hits the fan and Arizona is in a financial situation, do not blame the future governor. Remember where this came from. This came from today. This came from this session, and this came from the 9th floor. And with that, I vote no.
Thank you. Senator Navarrete, you're next.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to explain my vote.
Please do.
You've heard many passionate pleas from many of my colleagues on the Democratic side, and it's been pretty quiet on the Republican side throughout this entire budget process as we approach third reading. I think about the families all across the state of Arizona and how many of them don't share the same privileges as many of us here in this chamber carry. There is a lot of struggling families. I don't have to repeat myself. We can just look at the data. Arizona continues to rank as one of the most impoverished states in the entire union. That's nothing that we should be applauding ourselves for. Our teachers, again, some of the lowest funded in the entire nation. Our students, some of the least invested in the entire country. Our school buildings are crumbling, and yet we believe, maybe not the Democrats, but this bill believes that the top 1% earners in the state of Arizona should have the biggest payday. That is what we're doing here. Yet we have so many agencies that are trying to serve our most vulnerable communities hanging on by a thread, and they can't even get the basic support that they need to continue to be okay. Over the next decade, we're going to see a lot of challenges with many of these agencies that are here to support our aging community, our aging communities, our most vulnerable communities. We're going to see our collegiate institutions continue to struggle and beg this place for dollars. We have a lot of work to do, and it's very. I wish that I can be here voting on this budget. I wish that I can be here supporting some progressive tax policy that is working to support many low-income families so that they can have some support in this state. But it's expensive to be poor in Arizona. Again, what is the most bothersome to me in this entire process is that we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with the amount of funds that not only that we receive from the federal government, but from the skinny budget that we passed last year, and the increased revenue that came from this recent pandemic. And we're going to just give it away and hand it over to the top 1% earners. So again, I rise in strong opposition to Senate Bill 1828. That does not mean I'm anti-tax cut. That does not mean I'm anti-tax credit. That does not mean I'm against our top wage earners. It just means that there is a better way to do things. And as our families are continuing to struggle across the state, Arizona should know that it's this body that is continuing to make decisions that are going to have a detrimental impact on every single one of those working and struggling families that are in our communities throughout the state, struggling to find an affordable house, struggling to find affordable housing. It's tough out there and it's hot out there, and we continue to not address any of the issues that continue to hold so many families down, and we have to do a better job. With that, Madam President, I vote no on Senate Bill 1828.
Thank you. Senator Rios, you're on the board now. Senator Navarrete, I need you to push your button, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to explain my vote.
Please do.
I was here in, I don't even know what year it was, 2008, with Brewer, and the economy had taken a serious downturn, and it was ugly. It was one of the worst budgeting seasons. It's no fun when you're here and you have to cut budgets, cut services, take the basic services that Arizonans need away because you can't afford it. When you have to literally sell the Capitol and monetize the lottery and come up with every conceivable budgeting gimmick just to get by, just to make things balance. We will, in fact, be back there one day. My frustration is every year since then, 2008, every time the proposals were brought up by Democrats to invest in K-12 education, higher education, children's health care, any services that would benefit Arizonans, I recall always being told, well, we just don't have the resources. The money isn't there. And I guess inherent in that statement that would be made repeatedly, to me, was the implication that the day that we actually do have those funds, then we will invest. We will invest in infrastructure. We will invest in the future of Arizona. Clearly, I assumed wrong. Clearly, that was not the implication. Clearly, that was just a convenient excuse, because now we find ourselves in a completely different situation with more money than I've ever seen the state have, largely in part due to the federal government sending billions of dollars here again. We have a surplus. We have a rainy day fund that is flush. And yet the answer, whether we have money or we don't have money, is always the same. It's not original. Hey, let's give a tax cut. Our governor promised that during his first State of the State speech. I promised to give a tax cut every year I'm governor, and I'm pretty sure he's held to that. But at what cost? The reality is our economy will have a downturn. There will be legislators in this seat, once again, finding themselves having to cut budgets, having to cut services, having to take services away from Arizonans, having to enlist budgeting gimmicks, rollovers, sell buildings, just to get by. The past will come back again. I know that we're making a grave mistake. We are passing up on an opportunity that I don't believe we will see again in our lifetime. And that is an opportunity to truly invest in Arizona. Instead, it is a short-sighted answer to make the wealthiest Arizonans richer. That's very short-sighted. In exchange, I believe that we are robbing Arizona of the long-term investments that our state deserves. Long-term investments in education, in higher education, in infrastructure, in ensuring the health and safety of our children, of our elderly, in addressing The homeless folks that I don't know about you, but when I drive home every night, I see the tents, I see homeless people begging on the corners. That is not the way we should be treating the most vulnerable of our Arizonans when we know we have the money to do better. It's a short-sighted budget that will make a few people happy at the expense of the future of Arizona, our children, our grandchildren, generations to come. I think we are squandering a unique opportunity that we had to truly invest in Arizona. It's a sad day. I vote no.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Borelli, you're on the board.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I rise to explain my vote.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam President. I take exception to some of the comments that we're hearing. It seems kind of unfair to be attacking success in a system where we are a meritocracy, where you are actually rewarded for your efforts and you can actually pass on your successes to enrich other folks. You know, it has been said that contempt for money is another trick to keep the poor without it. Or you can say contempt for the rich is another way to keep the poor poorer. Madam President, I vote aye.
Thank you, sir. Senator Mesnard, you're on the board.
Madam President, I rise to explain my vote.
Please do.
Madam President, there's no denying that this is a very significant piece of legislation. I would characterize it as a once-in-a-generation overhaul of our tax code. And I find it very exciting, and I think most Arizonans will as well. I understand my friends on the other side of the aisle have been, expressing their disdain in some cases for this. But I want to put a little bit in perspective. Time and time again, I hear about how, well, this tax cut is going to benefit the wealthy more than it's going to benefit those at the lower end of the income spectrum. A couple of points. Number one, if you took the percentage of our total income tax revenue and who is contributing the vast majority of it, it is going to be people who have more money. And if this passes, that will not change. The vast majority of the revenue coming into the state will still be coming from the higher tax rate that those at the upper end are paying. And that's not even getting into sales tax and all the other forms of taxes. Second, I think people have apparently forgotten what we did just a couple years ago that absolutely did help those at the lower end especially. And that was the conformity bill in 2019 that increased the standard deduction by magnitudes, essentially creating a whole section of everybody's income that we don't tax at all. $24,000 and change now if you're a married couple. That was 2.5-ish times what we had before. That was a major change. So you need to look at all of this in conjunction. But there is no question what people around the country are saying about Arizona. And that is, we're sort of at a crossroads. Are we going to continue going down the road of becoming one of the highest income tax states in the country, the second highest in the West to California? Well, we've seen what's happening in California. We've seen what's happening in other high tax states. One of the reasons why we've had so many folks move here and our budgets have gotten bigger thanks to more taxpayers paying taxes is we've had this expansive growth because of good policies, and we can look around the country and see what works and what doesn't because people vote with their feet. They move to those locations that have the right tax environment, the right regulatory environment to start a business, etc. But for those people who are concerned about education, I want to make very clear, because there were some comments made earlier about how somehow this flies in the face of what voters wanted. Not a single dollar of Prop 208 is impacted by this bill. Not one. All we've done in this bill and a combination of another budget bill is make sure that we're not going to drive taxpayers out of this state and actually create a situation where you have less revenue going to our education system because fewer people are living here. In addition, the comment was made about, well, this is going to be the end of the GOP. That's interesting, because the GOP, following the federal version of something similar to this, actually did really well. In 2020, obviously not every election went the way Republicans would want, but the vast majority of them did across the country. It was actually a banner Republican year in state legislatures, over 100 seats in state legislatures across the country. And despite historic spending by out-of-state interests in this state, we still have a majority in both chambers. And I look forward to what we're going to see in 2022 when there isn't a gerrymandered map that's stacked against us as there was for the last decade. As for investment, I don't want to go off too much into what is not a part of this bill, but I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that, yes, we're cutting taxes by a significant amount. We trigger a portion of it based on revenue to make sure that some of the concerns expressed by some of my colleagues are addressed. But also, we're paying $2 billion of our debt down. We have $1 billion in the rainy day fund, hundreds of millions of dollars additional resources going to education and infrastructure. None of that's been mentioned by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. They just keep pounding on this as welfare for the wealthy, which is a very catchy phrase, so I give you kudos for that. But it doesn't mean it's actually founded in reality. At the end of the day, when this passes, every single taxpayer in Arizona will get a cut. Every single one. And the wealthy will still be paying the vast majority of the taxes in the state. We will just have a much friendlier tax environment compared to where we sit right now. And when we have future surpluses as a result of that decision, let's remember this moment today when we were demonized for what we're doing. I vote aye, Madam President.
Thank you. System is now closed. Secretary will now record the vote. By a vote of 16 ayes, 14 nays, 0 not voting, you have passed Senate Bill 1828. Signed in open session, Secretary is instructed to record the action, transmit the bill to the House. Third reading of bills.
SB 1829, enact. SB 1824, enact amending Title 8, Chapter 4, Article 4, ARS, by adding Section 851202, amending Title 20, Chapter 1, Article 1, ARS, by adding Section 2126, amending Title 23, Chapter 2, Article 1, ARS, by adding Section 23206, amending Section 3654, ARS, amending Title 36, Chapter 1, Article 2, ARS, by adding Section 36147, 36148, amending Sections 3644602, 3644604, 36557, 36591, 36592, 36594, and 36672, ARS, amending Title 36, Chapter 6, Arizona Revised Statutes by Article 4.2, amending Sections 36694, 36694, 1, 3611201 ARS, amending Title 36 Arizona Revised Statutes by adding Chapter 31, repealing Section 41, 302111, Arizona Revised Statutes, amending Title 41, Chapter 27, Article 2 ARS, by adding Section 41, 302226, amending Section 46, 45202, Arizona Revised Statutes, appropriating monies relating to health budget reconciliation.
Thank you. Members, you've all heard the third reading of Senate Bill 1824. Those in favor of the measure vote aye. Those opposed to vote no. The system is now open, and the Senate will now proceed to vote. Senator Alston, how do you vote on 1824?
Madam President, this is Leila Alston from Legislative District 24, and I vote no on Senate Bill 1824. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Contreras, how do you vote on 1824?
Madam President, this is Senator Contreras from District 19, and I vote no on SB 1824.
Thank you, sir. Senator Engel?
Yes, Kirsten Engel from District 10. I vote no on Senate Bill 1824.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Gabaldon?
This is Senator Gabaldon. I vote no on SB 1824.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Livingston?
Senator President Fan, this is David Livingston, Senator from District 22, and I vote yes on Senate Bill 1824.
Thank you, sir. Senator Mendez?
Senator Mendez, District 26, I vote no on
1824. Thank you, sir. And Senator Steele?
This is Senator Steele from District 9, and I vote no on 1824.
Thank you, ma'am. Senators Alston, Contreras, Engel, Gabaldon, Mendez and Steele are all no on 1824. Senator Livingston is a yes on 1824. System is now closed. Secretary will now record the vote. By a vote of 16 ayes, 14 nays, 0 not voting, you have passed Senate Bill 1824. Signed in open session. Secretary is instructed to record the action, transmit the bill to the House. Third reading of bills.
SB 1829, an act amending Section 28332 ARS, repealing Section 28414 ARS, amending Title 28, Chapter 2 ARS, by Article 6, amending Sections 28 2007, 28 2321, 28 2324, 28 2325, 28 2532, 28 3511, 28 3512, 28 3514, 28 3515, 28 5474, 28 5739, 28 5863, and 28 5864 ARS, repealing Section 28 6547 ARS, amending Sections 28 6981 and 28 6993 ARS, repealing Title 28, Chapter 29 Arizona Revised Statutes, repealing Sections 41803 and 41804 Arizona Revised Statutes, amending Sections 41805, 41504, 41752, and 49555 ARS, appropriating monies relating to transportation reconciliation.
Thank you, members. You've all heard the third reading of Senate Bill 1829. Those in favor of the measure vote aye. Those opposed to vote no. The system is now open, and the Senate will now proceed to vote. Senator Alston, how do you vote on Senate Bill 1829, the Transportation Budget Reconciliation Bill?
Madam President, this is Leila Alston from Legislative District 24, and I vote no on Senate Bill 1829. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Contreras, how do you vote on 1829?
Madam President, this is Senator Contreras from District 19, and I vote no on SB 1829.
Thank you, sir. Senator Engel, how do you vote?
Yes, Senator Engel from District 10, I vote no on Senate Bill 1829.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Gabaldon, how do you vote?
This is Senator Gabaldon. I vote no on SB 1829.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Livingston, how do you vote?
Madam President, this is Senator David Livingston representing District 22. I vote yes on Senate Bill 1829.
Thank you, sir. Senator Mendez, how do you vote?
Senator Mendez, District 26, I vote no on 1829.
Thank you, sir. And Senator Steele, how do you vote?
This is Senator Steele from District 9, and I vote no on 1829.
Thank you, ma'am. Senators Alston, Contreras, Engel, Gabaldon, Mendez, and Steele are all no on 1829. Senator Livingston is a yes on 1829. Members, have you all voted? System is now closed. Secretary will now record the vote. By a vote of 16 ayes, 14 nays, 0 not voting, you have passed Senate Bill 1829. Signed in open session, Secretary is instructed to record the action, transmit the bill to the House. All righty. Senate will revert to the order of business. Senator Gray.
Madam President, I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of the bill on calendar number 7.
Thank you. Members, you have all heard that motion. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Appears the ayes have it, do have it so ordered. I will ask Senator Peterson to please take the chair.
The Committee of the Whole is called to order. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, without objection, I move the bill on the calendar be read by number and title only.
Without objection, so ordered. Please read the only bill on the calendar.
SB 1819, an act amending sections 5110, 513, 18, 35192, 38803, 38832, 38401, 38848, 3840802, and 3840803. Arizona Revised Statutes, amending Title 38, Chapter 5, Article 4 ARS, adding Section 38, amending Sections 38866, 3883, 4112102, and 41714 ARS, amending Section 411033 ARS, As amended by laws 2021, Chapter 340, Section 1, amending Section 41-1277, Arizona by statutes, amending Title 41, Chapter 8, Article 1, ARS, by adding Section 41-1306, prohibiting transferring and renumbering, amending Section 41-1307 ARS as transferred and renumbered, amending Section 41-1365 ARS, amending Title 41, Chapter 10, Article 1 ARS, by adding Section 41-150602, amending Title 41, Arizona by statutes, by adding Chapter 16, repealing Title 41, Chapter 16 ARS, amending Section 41-2501 ARS, appropriating monies relating to state budget procedures. Madam President, your Committee on Appropriations, having had under consideration SB 1819 relating to budget procedures, budget reconciliation 2021-2022, submits the following report. Your committee recommends the bill to pass, and David Gowan, Chairman. The Committee on Rules recommends the following bills are proper for consideration. SB 1819, signed Karen Fan, Chairman.
Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it recommends Senate Bill 1819 with a due pass.
Thank you. We're going to move the Quesada, or read the Quesada floor amendment, please.
Quesada floor amendment, move the following amendment to Senate Bill 1819, reference to printed bill.
Senator Quesada.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Quesada floor amendment to Senate Bill 1819 be adopted.
Did you have an explanation?
I do, Mr. Chair and members. My amendment, it will do a couple of things. One, it will strike the declaration that the Attorney General has the sole authority to defend our state election laws and procedures. It removes the June 30th, 2023 date related to prohibiting the Attorney General from representing or providing legal service or legal advice to the Secretary of State or the Department of State on any matters. And it allows the Secretary of State to make expenditures, to employ outside or private attorneys to provide representation and services. It adds the Department of State to the list of agencies exempt from representation by the Attorney General, and it strikes sections 17, 18, and 32 in the underlying bill that relate to the transfer of the museum gift shop and the State Capitol Museum from the Secretary of State's office to the Legislative Council. And Mr. Chair and members, what we are doing here is we're trying to reverse what is purely a political move that's really only being done because the legislature doesn't like the policy positions that our elected Secretary of State, and she was elected by a majority of the people of the state of Arizona in a free and fair election. They don't like what she's doing, and the legislature is irresponsibly trying to take away her powers because of that. Our Secretary of State doesn't necessarily want to be represented by the Attorney General any more than they want to represent our office. And there is a mechanism in statute right now that allows state agencies to be exempt from representation by the Attorney General. And the issue of both of these offices being elected officials will always be a problem. And so we should add the Secretary of State to the list of agencies that are exempt from representation by the Attorney General's office. But prohibiting our Secretary of State from being represented by the Attorney General and also prohibiting them from being allowed to expend money for outside counsel, that's not only, it's actually very legally questionable to deny them that representation, but it puts that office in an untenable position of having no options for legal representation if they are sued or they are involved in any legal matters. And let me tell you, there are a lot of legal matters that our Secretary of State's office gets involved in regularly as an office. And those are in regards to initiative measures. There are challenges to those initiative measures pretty much for everyone that is filed, and there is our candidate challenges. And let me tell you, members, I've as an attorney, I've worked in cases that challenge the signatures of candidates for office, be they legislative candidates, school board candidates, or other candidates. And I can tell you that the Secretary of State's office has to be represented in each and every one of those challenges. And to deny them the ability to represent themselves is really malpractice on our part, to deny them that. And so this is really a petty policy move against our elected Secretary of State, and it goes back to what we did with the Superintendent of Public Instruction earlier on an amendment that we did earlier this evening. Our Secretary has been elected by the people of Arizona. Let's allow her to just do her job. That's all we want them to do. And what my amendment will do is it will give her the resources and the ability to effectively do the job that she is elected to do. And we're not even giving her any partisan power or political abilities to do anything partisan. This is simply allowing her to do the job that she is elected to do. And not just our Secretary of State, but any Secretary of State who is elected. They should have this ability to do their job. My amendment will do that. I would ask for your support of that. And with that, Mr. Chair, I support the Quesada Flora amendment.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Members, the question before you is that the Quesada Flora amendment be adopted. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed vote nay. Here's the nays have it. Two have it. So ordered. We're going to go up to the first floor amendment. That's the fan floor amendment. Please read that.
Fan floor amendment. I move the following amendment to Senate Bill 1819, reference to printed bill, signed Karen Fan.
Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the fan floor amendment to Senate Bill 1819 be adopted.
Did you have an explanation?
Thank you. All right. Asserts that the Attorney General among state officials has sole authority to direct the defense of the state election law or laws being challenged. Removes the prohibition on the AG representing or providing legal advice to the Secretary of State on any matters through June 30th, 2023. Removes the prohibition on the SOS making expenditures or incurring indebtedness to employ outside or private attorneys. Removes language asserting that the AG, the sole authority to amend election laws and procedures, and instead assets that the AG has the authority to defend election laws and procedures. Removes language asserting that the authority of the AG is paramount and not shared or delegated to the SOS or any other state officials, and instead asserts that any disagreement between the AG and SOS and other state officials that have the authority of the AG to defend the lawsuit. Removes language asserting that the AG has the sole authority in all election litigation to direct the defense of the state election laws, appeal or petition any decision, and to intervene on behalf of Arizona through January 2nd, 2023. Asserts that the AG in the proceeding in which the validity of a state law is challenged, speaking to Arizona, must be allowed to intervene on behalf of the Arizona, exempts court challenges to the validity of the Citizens Clean Elections Act from language asserting that the AG speaks for Arizona and must be allowed to intervene on behalf, of Arizona. Removes language asserting that the AG's authority applies regardless of whether a state agency, political subdivision, or officer at state agency, political subdivision seeks to become a party, instead of allows the AG to intervene at any state of a proceeding. Removes an authorization for the SOS to hire one full-time equivalent position to serve as legal advisor and represent the SOS. Establishes a special committee on the elections audit consisting of members of the Senate Government Committee. Requires a special committee to receive and review the findings of the Senate audit of the 2020 general election in Maricopa County, and recommends the President of the Senate the appropriate legislative action based on the findings of the audit, including a call for special session of the legislature to implement the special committee's recommendations. Repeals the special committee on January 1st, 2021. Prohibits the county, city, or town from making or issuing any order, rule, ordinance, or regulation relating to mitigating the COVID-19 pandemic that impacts private businesses, schools, churches, and other private entities. Allows the county, city, or town to set and enforce mitigation policies in a building that is owned by the county, city, or town. Asserts that the COVID-19 pandemic is a matter of statewide concern. Allows a person to refuse, based on a person's personal beliefs, a vaccination that is mandated during the state of an emergency or state of war emergency in which there is the occurrence of imminent threat of smallpox, plague, viral hemorrhagic fevers, or highly contagious and highly fatal disease. Prohibits the state lottery from directly or indirectly spending, allocating, directing any funds under its control to advertise the lottery at a professional sporting event. Asserts that the prohibition applies to any contract or other agreement entered into, amended, or extended on or after the effective date of this act. Requires the Arizona Game and Fish Department to provide assistance with voter registration when accepting applications for a hunting, fishing, or trapping license. An applicant with an online license application with a link to the Arizona Transportation Voter Registration website. Requires each AZGFD office that accepts applications for license in person to provide a voter registration form to the applicant. Requires the Secretary of State to provide the AZGFD with the voter registration forms and instructions to applicants to mail completed voter registrations. let's see, where were we? Requires the SOS to forward completed registration forms to the appropriate county reporter. Prohibits voter registration information that is a public information generated from applicants for a license for providing any public indication of the source of registration. Specifies that the person who act to register applicants for a license to vote are not deputy registers. Defines department and license. Renames the Study Committee of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls as the Study Committee on Missing and Murdered Indigenous People. Requires the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House to representatives to each appoint 3 members rather than 4 members to that study committee. Removes the following members from that study committee: 1 peace officer, 1 representative from Southwest Indigenous, 1 county attorney, 1 county sheriff, 1 chief of police, 1 representative who works with the tribes. Adds 1 attorney general or judge from the tribal jurisdiction appointed by the President of the Senate to the study committee. Requires the study committee to continue to work with law enforcement to track and collect data on violence against indigenous people. Requires the data gathered by the study committee to include the prevalence and contextual characteristics of violence against indigenous peoples. Remove the requirement the study committee determine the number of missing and murdered indigenous women and girls in Arizona and identify barriers to provide more state resources in tracking the violence against indigenous women. Requires the study committee to gather information to understand the lived experiences among indigenous people surrounding missing and murdered indigenous people in an effort to ensure that policy recommendations are currently accurate. Requires the study committee to submit a report to the governor and legislator regarding the study committee's activities. Extends the termination date of the committee from October 21 to October 1st, 25. Allows the director of the Department of Health Services to adopt rules regarding the collection of data from healthcare agencies. Restricts through June 30th, 22 when a condominium can be terminated to only by agreement of the unit of the owners. In the case of taking of all the units by eminent domain, if the declaration specifies a smaller percentage and all of the units in the condominium are restricted exclusively to non-residential uses. Asserts that nothing relating to the restrictions on the termination of the condominium may impair or otherwise interfere with existing contracts. Removes for the purpose of publications a notice of prohibition on newspaper including a publication which has not been admitted under federal law as a second-class matter in the U.S. mails for at least a year. Reinserts the Arizona Procurement Court exemption for contracts for goods and services approved by the Public Safety Personal Retirement Board of Trustees. Removes language limiting the type of contracts the PSPRS Board may enter into to exercise its investment responsibilities. Removes the requirement the PSPRS Board establishes to administer an administrative account consisting of all monies for administrative purposes for all retirement plans. Applies the requirement that the Arizona Commerce Authority prepare a written statement with the certain information before awarding a grant from Major Events Fund to only major event fraud monies. Requires the ACA semi-annual report on the major funds event to be sent to the Governor's Office of Strategic Planning and Budgeting and makes technical conforming changes.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, members, question before you is that the floor amendment be adopted. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed vote nay. Appears the ayes have it. Do have it so ordered. Please read the Borelli floor amendment.
Borelli floor amendment. I move the following amendment to Senate Bill 1819, reference to printed bill, signed Sonny Borelli.
Senator Borelli.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move the committee of the whole adopts the Borelli floor amendment to Senate Bill 1819.
Did you have an explanation?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It requires that a vendor provides fraud countermeasures that are contained in or on paper used for ballots to be ISO 27001 certified, ISO 17025 certified, or ISO 9001 2015 certified. Number 2, requires ballot fraud countermeasures to include the use of at least 3 of the following: a unique controlled supply, watermark clearing bank specification 1 security paper, secure holographic foil that acts as a visual deterrent, and anti-copy feature. Also, branded overprint of any hologram or personalize the hologram with a customer logo, custom complex security background designs, and with a banknote level security, secure a variable digital infill that is thorochromatic, thermochromatic, photochromic, or optically variable inks, stealth numbering with stealth numbering ultraviolet, infrared, or taggart inks, multicolored monosomatic, invisible ultraviolet designs, unique forensic fraud detection technology that is built into the security inks, or a unique barcode or QR code that is accessible only to the voter and that tracks the voter's ballot to be processed. Establishes an election integrity fund consisting of legislative appropriation and administered by the state treasurer, appropriates $12 million from the state general fund in FY 2022 to the election integrity election integrity fund, and exempts the appropriation from lapsing. Allows monies in the election integrity fund to be used only to pay to county recorders for election security, cybersecurity countermeasures, and improves and reimburses the post-election hand tabulations, including for additional staffing. Requires county recorders to apply for the election integrity fund monies, and requires the state treasurer to make payments from the fund if the county applications are reviewed and approved by the state treasurer. Establishes a joint task force on unreported in-kind political contributions, joint task force consisting of designees from the Attorney General's office and the Secretary of State's office. Requires the joint task force to investigate whether and to what extent the business or other practices of social media platforms and internet search engines result in unreported in-kind political contributions to candidates in Arizona that violate Arizona campaign finance laws. Allows the joint task force to take appropriate enforcement action and investigate the following actions as possible: unlawful political contributions, a permanent or temporary cancellation or restrictions on a candidate's access to the social media platform, B, an algorithm biased against one or the other candidate or a political party, and C, an algorithmic promotion of one or more candidates to a political party. Establishes unreported in-kind political contribution task force fund consisting of legislative appropriation and administered by the Attorney General. Appropriates $500,000 from the general fund in FY 2022 to the unreported in-kind contribution task force. Allows monies in the unreported in-kind political contributions task force fund to be used only to fund the joint task force. Specifies monies for unreported in-kind political contributions task force fund are continuously appropriated and exempt from lapsing. Number 14, exempts election integrity fund monies from lapsing. Requires the Auditor General to review and process the statutory requirements for maintaining a statewide voter registration database, county early voting lists, and county voter registration databases for counties with populations of more than 1,000 persons. Requires the Secretary of State and the county recorders to notify the Auditor General in writing of the total expenditures made for voter registration programs and events. Provides a description of the programs and events, including any political party affiliation, and specify their attendance at programs, events, and outreach activities and whether they are used for third-party data in conducting these programs, events, and activities. Requires the Office of the Auditor General to submit a report of its findings to the legislature by 30 June of each even-numbered year and submit a copy of the report to the Secretary of State. Appropriates $500,000 from the State General Fund in FY 2022 to the Office of the Auditor General for the purposes of voter registration database and early voting list review and reporting, and exempts appropriation from lapsing. Requires the Secretary of State and each county recorder to post a list on their website of each event that the Office of the Secretary of State or county recorder attends and provides voter registration services. Requires each event to be posted on the public website within 24 hours of the Secretary of State or county recorder's attendance of the event. That's it.
Any discussion? Chair recognizes Senator Navarrete.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise for comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sure there are several other members in this chamber that share a very strong concern for the Borelli floor amendment. I also just received an email from the Arizona Association of Counties saying that they are strongly opposed to the Borelli floor amendment to Senate Bill 1819. I'm not sure what to say about everything that I heard, what this amendment does, but all I can simply say is that it continues to solidify the conspiracy theories that continue to exist across Arizona and, quite frankly, across the country. I find this amendment to be extremely dangerous. It's an unfunded mandate. Not that it's something that we don't do here often, but I find it extremely problematic, and it's important for us to make sure that we vote down conspiracy-laced amendments that are going to hurt the integrity of our election system in the state of Arizona and encourage other states to have these bad copycat laws spread like wildfire. We have to stop this today. We can't continue living in an environment where we are constantly undermining the bipartisan county recorders that we have across the state of Arizona, and including the Secretary of State as well. With that, Mr. Chair, I strongly encourage my colleagues to vote no on the Borelli floor amendment.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Peshlikai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to explain my opposition to the Borelli floor amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this floor amendment, because it is an absolute overreach of a supposed solution in search of a problem that does not exist. And I concur with my colleague from District 30, Senator Navarrete, on what he said. This continues to fuel this big lie. It's all it is. It's a made-up reality in the minds of people that can't admit the accurate results of the people that voted, and the work that our county recorders and elections offices did. This is a complete overreach, and also there's the anti-counterfeiting measures in the bill are only providable by one vendor. And that in itself is very dangerous. I remember one bill that we heard in one committee where we had an inventor wanting to the state to purchase only his invention that I can't remember what it did, but it's basically putting us at the mercy of taxpayer money to his invention that I can't remember what it did, but it's basically putting us at the mercy of taxpayer money to just that in itself. It will likely require cost that will go beyond what is appropriate in a year. And then also for administrative costs for the tabs on every cost for the tabs on every issue as early voting lists to outreach by those offices. And then Christmas level, I know a lot about to this, and then Christmas level, I know a lot about to Mars and such to Mars and such to get voters registered, and my colleague from District 30 that this of this illusion that people don't even accept this illusion that people don't even accept reality. So we're able to this rally floor amendment. Thank you.
Chair, Senator Quesada.
The floor amendment really for three quick reasons. The first reason, mentioned by my colleague from District 7, but the fact that provisions in here can only be provided by one one vendor. This really is a gift to one vendor, and or really this really is a gift to one vendor, and or really trust the Arizona Senate after what we've seen is the joke that's been happening. That was why are we going to limit it to that? That is bad government. That is bad. Everything about it is bad. So that's the first reason. The second isn't really, if you look at paragraph 2. I would really love for one of the members, trithermochromic. I would really love for one of the members, trithermochromic, photochromic are. If you can tell me what one of those, we all. You don't know what any of that stuff is. These are big, scary words trying to split. There is nothing bad happening with our ballots at all. This is a lie. This is a perpetuation of a lie. So tell me what those things are, or tell me what multicolored, micro-numismatic, invisible, ultraviolet designs are. Tell me what those are, please, one of you. Secondly, lastly, there's a lot of other bad stuff in this amendment, but lastly, requiring the Secretary of State and our county recorders to notify the Office of the Auditor General in writing of the total expenditures made for voter registration programs and events. We heard a bill about this in the government committee earlier this year. There's this big conspiracy theory that our county recorders are out there only registering Democratic voters, which again is a big lie. What they are doing is they're registering anybody who's asking them to register voters. Any organization that asks the county recorders to go out and register voters, they go out and they do it. The fact that the only ones that are asking happen to be more blue-leaning or more communities of color or more underserved communities, that is not a bad thing. So why are we trying to paint it into a picture that it's something bad? If you want the county recorders to go register your voters, ask them to do it. I guarantee you they will go out there, they will register your voters too. But to now subject them to Auditor General audits is frankly ridiculous. And it's painting a picture again that there is something bad happening with our election system. And I want to assure to all Arizona voters, even though it's 10:30 at night on our budget night, there is nothing bad happening with our election system. All of our county recorders, be they Democrat or Republican, are administering fair, transparent, and accurate elections. And none of them are being partisan. None of them are favoring one voter over another. All of them in our elections are legit. And this is just a perpetuation of a big lie. So with that, I oppose the Borelli-Floor amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Rotundo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition of the Borelli amendment.
Go ahead.
Well, I just want to give a shout out to late night television, who will be commenting, I'm sure, on the actions that are taken here tonight, including this amendment. So shout out. Once again, Arizona will be the butt of your jokes. For many of us, that's nothing but embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Senator Mendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question for Senator Borelli.
Senator Borelli, do you yield to a question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will.
He yields.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Borelli, I'm trying to go through this joint task force that's supposed to be looking into social media. And I guess, I mean, there's still a lot for me to go through, and I'm going to have to wait for probably staff to help us go through this last minute edition of an amendment. But are you worried that there's like am I going to have to start reporting like retweets as in-kind contributions? Or I mean, like, or there's this, I guess, help me understand what they're looking for in terms of in unreported in-kind contributions. I'm having trouble understanding how I might be getting unreported in-kind contributions.
Senator Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Mendez. Let me see if I can try to answer your question, because it's kind of hard to understand you on the TV there. There are social media platforms that have been very biased towards one particular party over another. There are some that they've lost, maybe, what do you call it, followers. They've shrunk. They've had 10,000 followers. The next thing you know, they get on, they log on, and there are a whole bunch of them are gone because they've changed things. Algorithms are already in the computer, so that way a certain candidate or a certain subject always goes to the top. These are the kind of things that need to be investigated to make sure that it's fair. I'm sure Senator Mendez, Mr. Chair, I'm sure Senator Mendez agrees that fairness is one of the platforms of our society.
Mr. Chair and Senator Borelli, so there's an algorithm, and I mean, I guess I don't understand. So maybe would you be able to explain how algorithms work?
Mr. Chair, Senator Mendez, no, I'm not a computer technology expert, except for I think it was explained to me an algorithm can be designed to manipulate data from one way to another, to favor one way or the other. So.
And Mr. Chair and Senator Borelli, you're aware that some of these social media companies have been under a lot of pressure to get rid of their fake users, right? I mean, there's like businesses. I think there's somebody in the house too that was actually like reprimanded or arrested, or like there was some kind of court case against him for making fake followers and then propping up candidates and issues. So is this the kind of thing that your task force would go after? People doing that kind of thing?
Senator Burley.
Mr. Chair, Senator Mendez, that's what will be investigated through the task force. Thank you.
Okay, but so are you saying it was wrong for the social media companies to delete the fake followers?
Is Senator Burley, or Senator Mendez, is that, I don't see how that has anything to do with this amendment.
He just said
Can you
that
ask a question
he's
about
against,
this amendment?
he thinks that that's a problem. He brought it up first. I'm just clarifying
Well,
his.
then he needs to stay on topic as well. Can you ask a question about the amendment, please?
Yeah, Mr.
you.
Chairman, Senator Borelli, are you confusing the social media companies getting rid of fake followers as being some kind of in-kind contribution against you?
Mr. Chair, Senator Mendez, I don't know what you're talking about with fake followers, but there are people that are on there that do have real identities that their systems have been downgraded, so on and so forth. And that's one of the things the task
Mr.
force
Chair
will
and Senator Borelli,
investigate.
are you telling me you don't know about the guy in the house that got in trouble for making fake followers?
Senator Mendez, that has nothing to do with this amendment.
Yeah, he's trying
Please
to say
stay
that
on
the
topic.
fake followers being lost.
Stay on
is some kind
topic,
of
please.
thing that
Can you ask a question about, do you have further questions about the amendment?
I guess I'm gonna have to wait till somebody knows what this amendment is, so I'll
Point of
reserve
order.
my questions until after this is passed, I guess.
Mr. Chair, I do have a point of order. Part of the amendment does mention reprimanding social media companies, and I think the question is very much valid. It's a very valid question to the line of questioning that he is asking Bradley. Now, I'm sorry, the senator from District 5. Now, if the senator from District 5 refuses to answer question on his amendment, then he can refuse that question. But the question is senator from District 5. Now, if the senator from District 5 refuses to answer question on his amendment, then he can refuse that question. But the question is very much relevant and in line with the amendment.
Okay, any further questions, Senator Mendez?
No, I guess I'm done.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members, question before you is that the Borelli floor amendment be adopted. All those in favor vote aye.
No.
Any opposed will vote nay. Appears the ayes have it. Do have it so ordered. Please read the Townsend floor amendment.
Townsend floor amendment. Move the following amendment to Senate Bill 1819, reference to printed bill, signed Kelly Townsend.
Senator Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Explanation of the Townsend amendment.
Move
I'm
the
sorry.
amendment, please.
It's way past my
It's
bedtime.
all right.
I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it recommends the Townsend floor amendment be adopted.
Thank you.
1819.
One second. All right, did you have an explanation?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Number one, it requires the Secretary of State to provide access to the statewide voter registration database to a person or entity that is designated by the legislature and to the Election Integrity Unit of the Attorney General's Office for the purpose of determining whether the Secretary of State's voter registration list maintenance procedures comply with federal law with respect to voters who are registered as eligible to vote only for federal offices, federal-only voters. Number two, requires the person or entity designated by the legislature to be qualified in more than one state to analyze the state's voter registration rules for the compliance with federal law regarding voter registration list maintenance procedures. Number three, it requires a person or entity, after completing its analysis, to report its findings to the legislature, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of State. Number four, requires the Secretary of State If the analysis determines that there are persons registered to vote who are not eligible to register to vote, to notify the appropriate county recorder and requires the county recorders to remove the persons from the voter registration rolls. Number 5 requires each county recorder to submit an annual report to the legislature that contains the following regarding federal-only voters. A description of the county recorder's procedures regarding registering federal-only voters. B, the number of federal-only voters in the county. C, the number of voters whose citizenship has been otherwise subsequently verified and whose status has changed to voters who are eligible to vote for a full ballot. And D, a comprehensive description of the obstacles to obtaining voter registrants' documentary proof of citizenship that complies with Arizona's voter registration requirements and to changing their status to voters who are eligible to vote for a full ballot. And E, the number of voters who have been subsequently determined to be ineligible to vote in Arizona and who have been removed from the voter registration rolls. Number 6, requires the Attorney General and the County Attorney to investigate and prosecute, as appropriate, any person who knowingly registers to vote despite being ineligible. And number 7, requires the Secretary of State by December 31st, 2021, and pursuant to the National Voter Registration Act of 1993, to submit a request to the U.S. Elections Assistance Commission that the Commission include Arizona's state-specific instructions to provide proof of citizenship on the federal voter registration form.
Thank you. Any discussion? The chair recognizes Senator Otondo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the Townsend Amendment, and I'd like to make a statement.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to clarify something to the Arizona voters. This amendment is codifying access to your voter information, the voter database, to the cyber ninjas or any other, well, I guess there's many adjectives I could use, companies that may be hired. So, if you're worried that your information is in Montana, or you're worried about your information being taken by the cyber ninjas, you should be more worried now. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Pesh-Lakai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to explain my opposition to the Townsend Floor Amendment.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Townsend Floor Amendment will require new extensive reporting by county recorders on federal-only voters, including how we register them and obstacles to obtaining voter registration documents and proof of citizenship. We follow federal law as mandated by the Supreme Court of the United States. If someone wants to register without documented proof of citizenship but attest they are a citizen of the United States, we should not be conducting interrogation as to how they're allowed to register to vote. And I just want to remind folks that here in Arizona we have 23 tribes, and a lot of our tribal members still don't have birth certificates. And I am of the belief that they shouldn't. They are First Nations people. My maternal grandmother still lives. She doesn't have a birth certificate. And my father was born on a tiny little hill near Wapaki National Monument Visitor Headquarters. A lot of our people don't have birth certificates. They were born at home and not in a hospital. And so this just it just creates another obstacle. And for people like Indigenous people, especially the elders, this just further affirms that the government does not care about them. And just like my colleague from District 4 spoke about, that our information will be out there for anybody to access. And there's no real security. The largest companies in the United States and some in the world have been hacked. And this just creates another way for people to be targeted and also taking the hard-fought voting rights of Indigenous people and those in rural Arizona to vote. And so I oppose the Townsend floor amendment. Thank you. Yeah.
Any further discussion? Senator Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Closing
remarks.
comments. Yeah, go ahead.
Closing remarks. I just want to speak to a few things that were said tonight. Prior to answering those, I do want to mention, I believe it was 2017. If not, then 2016, we had 1,100 people registered to vote as federal-only voters. These are people who do not have information on their voter registration card other than their name, their affirmation that they're a citizen, and their signature, and they are not providing information, so that information is not in the voter database to be seen by groups going through this. In just 1 year's time, possibly two, if memory is not serving me correctly, we went from 1,100 to 36,000 by the time we had the general election in 2018. In the 2020 election, we had 11,000 people cast a federal-only ballot, 11,000-ish, who actually cast a ballot. These are people who are affirming that they are a legal citizen, but we don't even know if they actually exist, other than they filled out a card, they sent it in. We couldn't find their information in the MVD, and so we are placing them on a list of federal-only voters. So when we have these groups that are going to be looking at this, which is public record, there's no private information to be seen because they haven't provided it. So I don't understand why there's opposition to taking action to make sure that the folks who can't vote a full ballot, that we try to verify them so that they can vote a full ballot, because we want people to vote. We want it to be easier to vote, so we say. So this is basically helping these folks either get fully registered or remove them. And if there are any bad actors registering to vote in this manner and taking advantage of this giant loophole, that they're removed, and if they've done so knowingly, that they're prosecuted. And with that, I would ask for support for the Townsend Amendment.
Thank you. Members, question 4 is the adoption of the Townsend floor amendment. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed vote nay. Appears the ayes have it. Do have it so ordered. Please read the Ugenti Rita floor amendment.
Ugenti Rita floor amendment. I move the following amendment to Senate Bill 1819, reference to printed bill, signed Michelle Ugenti Rita.
Senator Ugenti Rita.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Ugenti Rita floor amendment to Senate Bill 1819 be adopted.
Did you have an explanation?
Yeah, quickly here. This deals with emergency declarations. I had introduced a bill early on in session, and this encompasses much of that language, but changes a couple of the dates, and I'll go through that here real quickly, because I know it's late and we're all tired. So an emergency declaration, first of all, this wouldn't go into effect until January 2nd of 2023, but if an emergency declaration was declared, it could be for no longer than 120 days, that's 4 months. The governor at the time could extend it in 30-day increments, but again, after 120 days, it would repeal. Now, there would be a way to continue the emergency declaration, but at that point, the legislature would have to come in, if we're not already in, and extend the emergency declaration. They could do that for as long as they see fit in 30-day increments. It also says that 2 months into the emergency declaration, that the Department of Health and Human Services, along with someone from the governor's office, would need to come before a committee designated by the legislature to provide information and stand for questions and explain what's going on, what's entailed in the emergency declaration, justify it, and be able to do that in a open, transparent committee that the public could probably be involved in, and members would have an opportunity then to engage the governor's office and the Department of Health and Human Services and ask questions, and like I said, get justifications for particular actions. So that's also in a nice safeguard. Many of the concerns and frustrations from this last year was there wasn't a role for the legislature, and I think that provides us a meaningful role. You also, the governor at the time would be prohibited from establishing a new emergency declaration if it was very similar to one that had just been granted. That's because you don't want to have one expire and then turn around and realize that you've got one coming right back up for the very same reason. So I think that is an important safeguard. So those are the major components. I appreciate support, and I stand for questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, seeing no discussion. Members, the question before you is the adoption of the Ugenti Rita Floor Amendment. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed vote nay. Appears the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. Please read the Mendez Floor Amendment.
Mendez Floor Amendment. I move the following amendment to Senate Bill 1819, reference to printed bill. Signed, Juan Mendez.
Senator Mendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Mendez floor amendment to SB 1819 be adopted.
Did you have an explanation, sir?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members, here is an opportunity or like a life preserver to get
Senator
out of the
Mendez,
mess.
can you please come onto the screen? We can't see you.
Oh, sorry. I thought I already had that on there.
There we go. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, members, here is an opportunity or like a lifesaver to get out of the mess you all ran into entertaining crackpot conspiracy theories of bamboo ballots and non-existent watermarks, or now I guess thermochromatic infrared inks, when you all should have just called the BS out as lies from the beginning, and then we wouldn't be jeopardizing democracy like we now are with the fraud. Unless I guess that was the point. But here's the fix. My amendment has a retroactive clause to help this body stay consistent with their concerns for transparency and legitimacy in election affairs. Earlier this session, the body prohibited anybody that conducts or administers an election from receiving private funding. There were many arguments that day citing concerns for public elections and how private money should not be anywhere near public elections. And so if I'm to believe your earnest concerns, and I want to help you remain consistent with your values, we should probably then prohibit any election audit from receiving or expending private monies too, right? The majority of this body just turned over 2.1 million ballots to a third-party vendor to conduct a so-called audit, and then they're soliciting and accepting private funds for this exercise. If election officials can't use private money to administer elections, then private funds should not be used to audit elections, right? I mean, what's the difference? I mean, besides like partisan interests. This amendment would also require transparency of the current fraud, so the public can learn who is funding this circus. Because help me understand, if you were so concerned about the legitimacy of an election receiving private money, then why should anybody believe the results of a fraud when they're literally hiding their wealthy billionaire funders from the public? At least with the private funds for administering and reminding people about elections, we knew where they were coming from. But right now, this fraud is keeping us all in the dark. And so I'm just trying to solve that with this amendment. Pass this amendment, and maybe we can bring the circus to an end before the actual fair shows up. My amendment would also require 2/3 votes for future subpoenas so we don't succumb to the mob rule of lathered up voters next time, which I gather is going to be an evergreen problem as long as we keep winning and you keep losing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Members, the question before you is the Mendez-Flora amendment. Who's that? Oh, okay. The chair recognizes Senator Peschlakai.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the Mendez-Flora amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Quesada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also rise in support of the Senator Mendez-Flora amendment. And my support is for a simple reason. I believe that the public has a right to know who is paying for this audit right now and who is receiving the money that is being contributed to this audit. And I believe that going forward, this should never happen again the way it is now, where the public is in the dark about the state's official business, and especially one that has such strong ramifications to our democracy and our election integrity. The public should never, ever, ever be in the dark about where the funding is coming from with issues like this one. And I do believe also that the current law, I think we have proven this year that the current law gives way too much power to a single individual of our chamber to proceed with the issuance of a subpoena related to an election audit. So if in fact in the future there are issues that necessitate an audit, I think it is fair that we require a 2/3 majority to address that issue. I don't think that's asking too much. If there are legitimate issues about election integrity, then 2/3 of this majority should be able to move forward in a bipartisan way to address those issues. That's not asking too much. A 2/3 majority would nullify political posturing, and it would require true partisanship or bipartisanship to bolster the legitimacy and the credibility of any election audit in the future. That would basically what that's saying is it's asking all of us to work together. If there are true election integrity issues in the future, it's going to require us to work together to resolve those issues. That's what this Mendez-Flora amendment does, and I would urge you to support the Mendez-Flora amendment for those reasons. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, members, the question before you is the adoption of the Mendez-Flora amendment. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed vote nay. Here's the nays have it, do have it, so ordered. Back on the bill as amended. Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rise to report, it recommends Senate Bill 1819 as amended with a due pass.
Any discussion? Chair recognizes Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to ask to see if the sponsor, President Fan, would yield to a question.
President Fan, would you yield to a question?
No, I will not.
She will not. Did you have a comment?
I do.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and members, what I wanted to ask the sponsor is I didn't see the amendment. I didn't see the amendment until it was too late, and I was coming in the door when she was finishing, and so I didn't get to ask it when we were doing the Fan-Flora amendment to Senate Bill 1819. But I would like to read the question or why we need this part of the amendment this bill. It's on the first page in the first section, and it's on line 4 through line 8, section of 5-576, and it reads lottery, advertising, professional sports, prohibition. The lottery may not directly or indirectly spend, allocate, or direct any monies under the control of the lottery to advertise the lottery at a professional sporting event or in conjunction with any professional sports team or franchise. And my question was, why do we need this? And I could just imagine what the answer would be, and it has to do with the event wagering bill that was signed into law by the governor on April the 15th, and where the whole gaming act, 2021 Gaming Act is what that legislation is called, in conjunction with the tribal compacts, and where we the legislation just opens up commercial gaming and give licenses to these professional sporting sport teams and their franchises, and it just seems like, once again here, as my colleague from District 23 said on the floor back on April the 12th, is that here we go again, giving monopolies to people who already have monopolies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members, question before you is that when the Committee of the Whole Rise and Report recommends that Senate Bill 1819 as amended do pass. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed will vote nay. Appears the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
Heard that motion, members. The Committee of the Whole rise and report. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed will vote nay. Appears the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered.
Thank you.
The reader will please read the report.
Madam President, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration the legislation subliminally the following recommendation, SB 1819, do pass as amended. Respectfully, Warren Peterson, Chairman, Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be adopted, the bill be properly sent.
Thank you. Members, you've all heard that motion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Any opposed, nay. Appears the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. Senator Quesada, you're on the board. Okay, we are going to unadopt the report because Senator Quesada wants to do some business first. So all those in favor, say aye. Any opposed, nay. Thank you. Okay, Senator Quesada.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the portion of the Committee of the Whole report that Senate Bill 1819 do pass amended be amended to exclude the Senator Borelli floor amendment, and I request a roll call vote.
Thank you, sir. And we have a second by Senator Otondo. Okay, we have a roll call vote being asked to exclude the Borelli floor amendment from Senate Bill 1819. So the board is open, and the Senate will now proceed to vote.
Great. Senator Gray. Hey, Senator Gray.
All right, let's go to our Zoomers. Let's start with Senator Alston. Are you a yes or a no on the exclusion of the Borelli floor amendment?
Madam President, this is Leila Alston from Legislative District 24, and I vote aye on Senator Casada's motion to exclude the Borelli floor amendment to Senate Bill 1819.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Contreras, how do you vote?
Madam President, I'm an excited aye to exclude the Borelli amendment.
Don't get too excited
to
now.
SB 1819.
Thank you, sir. Senator Ingold, how do you vote?
Yes, Senator Engel is also an enthusiastic aye on the Senator Quesada amendment to exclude the Borelli floor amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Gabaldon?
Senator Gabaldon, I vote aye to exclude the Borelli floor amendment to SB 1819.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Livingston?
Senator Fan, this is Senator Livingston from District 22. I vote no on Senate Bill 1819.
Thank you, sir. Senator Mendez? Senator Mendez, I can see you. I can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I had to.
There we go.
Madam President, may I explain my vote?
Yes, please do.
Members, I think we should, I mean, there's probably lots of examples, but today is probably a really good example of how probably shouldn't vote on an amendment if the sponsor can't even explain it. And so because of that, I'm voting to exclude the Borelli amendment from this budget bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Senator Steele?
Senator Steele from District 9. I vote an enthusiastic yes to exclude the Borelli floor amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Senators Alston, Contreras, Engel, Gabaldon, Mendez, and Steele are all yeses on the exclusion of the Borelli amendment, and Senator Livingston is a no. Senator Peshlikai, you're on the board.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to explain my vote.
Please do.
In explaining my vote, I just want to thank Senator Mendez for his eloquence in explaining his amendment, and so with that, I vote yes.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a yes vote for eloquence. Good job. Let's see. Make sure I hit the wrong one. Okay, system is now closed by a vote of 14 ayes and 16 nays. You have failed to pass the exclusion of the Borelli amendment to Senate Bill 1819. Senator Quesada, back on the board again.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move the portion of the Committee of the Whole report that Senate Bill 1819 do pass amended be amended to exclude the Senator Townsend floor amendment, and I request a roll call vote.
Thank you. We have a second from Senator Otondo. So members, we are now going to have a roll call vote to exclude the Townsend amendment to Senate Bill, whatever we just said it was, 1819. Thank you. So as soon as the board's open, we'll get that going for you. All right, there we go. Board is now open. Senate will now proceed to vote. Okay. Senator Alston, how do you vote on the exclusion of the Townsend floor amendment to Senate Bill 1819?
Madam President, this is Leila Alston from Legislative District 24, and I vote aye on Senator Quesada's motion to exclude the Townsend floor amendment to Senate Bill 1819. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Contreras?
Madam President, Senator Contreras and I vote aye to exclude the Townsend amendment to SB 1819.
Thank you, sir. Senator Engel?
Yes, Senator Engel, I vote aye to exclude the Townsend floor amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Gabaldon?
Senator Gabaldon, I vote aye to exclude the Townsend floor amendment to SB 1819.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Livingston?
Senator Livingston, representing District 22, votes no.
Thank you, Senator Livingston. Senator Mendez?
Senator Mendez votes yes on the motion to exclude the Townsend floor amendment.
Thank you, sir. Senator Steele?
Senator Steele votes yes on the motion to exclude the Senator Townsend floor amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Senators Alston, Contreras, Engel, Gabaldon, Mendez, and Steele are all yeses on the exclusion of the Townsend floor amendment to Senate Bill 1819, and Senator Livingston is a no. Senator Quesada, are you still on the board? Yes? Okay, proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I rise to explain my vote.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to share some information I just got from the Secretary of State's office regarding this amendment, and obviously they do not support the amendment, and one of the reasons is that it is likely a violation of the National Voter Registration Act. We took away the Secretary of State's ability to defend itself in lawsuits. This really just sets up legal battles, more legal battles that the state of Arizona simply does not need. And so with that, I would urge everyone to vote yes on my motion to exclude the Townsend floor amendment. And with that, I vote aye.
Thank you, sir. Senator Navarrete, you're on the board.
Madam President, I rise to explain my vote.
Please do.
I didn't get up earlier to speak during when the amendment was in Cal, or not when it was in Cal, but when we were discussing this amendment earlier. But we have a bipartisan group of recorders that are opposed to this language. There is no reason why we cannot have these discussions in an open setting to the public, working with our county recorders across the state. But I just wanted to rise in support of removing the Townsend Amendment, but also because, you know, the Arizona Association of Counties is also in opposition of the Townsend floor amendment. So with that, I vote yes to exclude the Townsend floor amendment from Senate Bill 1819.
Thank you. Senator Townsend, you're next.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to explain my vote.
Please do.
Thank you. I would like to read a paragraph from the Scalia opinion from the Arizona et al. Versus Intertribal Council of Arizona Incorporated, where this went to court. And in his opinion, he gives Arizona a pathway to deal with the big loophole that we have with our federal-only voter system. He says that, and by the way, just for educational purposes, our voter registration card, and in this opinion, talks about how the federal government, or excuse me, the EAC, the Elections Assistance Commission, creates the uniform federal voter registration card. So they are responsible for creating that. And what got us in this place in the first place was Arizona under Prop 200. We ended up with 2 voter registration cards, one for Arizona proving that you're a citizen, and then the federal-only form, and it's a long story. I won't tell it tonight. But here is in the majority opinion where we lost that case. I want to say it was 2013, but I'm not 100% sure. He says to Arizona the pathway to fix the issue. The National Voting Rights Act permits a state to request the EAC to include state-specific instructions on the federal form. And a state may challenge the EAC's rejection of that request or failure to act on it in a suit under the Administrative Procedures Act. That alternative means of enforcing its constitutional power to determining voting qualifications remains open to Arizona here. Should the EAC reject or decline to act on a renewed request, Arizona would have the opportunity to establish in a reviewing court that a mere oath will not suffice to effectuate its citizenship requirement, and the EAC is therefore under a non-discretionary duty to act. So that is Justice Scalia's opinion. We have yet to send a request to the EAC requesting that they update our federal registration form to include state-specific instructions. So the last part of this bill, in case you missed it, is the most important of it all, in my opinion, where it is requiring our Secretary of State to request to the EAC that they do update our federal registration form to include state-specific instructions, because as of this date yet, that has not happened. So unfortunately, because it hasn't happened as it should have and was recommended by Scalia, that we are now mandating that be sent to the EAC by December 31st of this year, requesting that our voter registration form is updated to include our state-specific instructions, and I am grateful to him for putting that pathway in his opinion for us. And with that, I vote aye. Excuse me, no.
Thank you. Thank you. System is now closed. Secretary will now record the vote. By a vote of 14 ayes, 16 nays, and 0 not voting, you have failed to pass the exclusion of the Townsend floor amendment to Senate Bill 1819. Senator Quesada, you're on the board.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Last one. I move the portion of the Committee of the Whole report that Senate Bill 1819 do pass amended, be amended to exclude the Senator Ugenti Rita floor amendment, and I request a roll call vote.
Okay. We have a second by Senator. I know, you're shocked, right? You're shocked. All right, folks, we'll get that up on the board in just a second. So the motion is to exclude the Ugenti Rita floor amendment to Senate Bill 1819. Okay? It's up on the board. The system is now open. Senate can now proceed to vote. Senator Alston, how do you vote on the exclusion of the Ugenti Rita amendment?
Madam President, this is Leila Alston from Legislative District 24, and I vote aye on Senator Quesada's motion to exclude the Ugenti Rita floor amendment to Senate Bill 1819.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Senator Contreras?
Madam President, Senator Contreras from District 19, vote aye to exclude the Ugenti Rita floor amendment to SB 1819.
Thank you, sir. Senator Engel?
Yes, Senator Engel votes aye on this motion to exclude the Ugenti Rita floor amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Gabaldon?
This is Senator Gabaldon. I vote aye to exclude the Ugenti Rita floor amendment to SB 1819.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Livingston?
Senator Livingston, representing District 22, votes no.
Thank you, sir. Senator Mendez?
Senator Mendez votes aye in support of the Quesada motion to exclude the Ugenti Rita floor amendment.
Thank you, ma'am, sir. And Senator Steele?
Senator Steele votes aye in favor of excluding the Ugenti Rita floor amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Senators Alston, Contreras, Engel, Gabaldon, Mendez, and Steele are all a yes on the exclusion of the Ugenti Rita Floor Amendment, and Senator Livingston is a no on the Ugenti Rita Floor Amendment removal. Members, have you all voted? Members, have you all voted? System is now closed. Secretary will now record the vote. By a vote of 14 ayes, 60 nays, and 0 not voting, you have failed to pass the exclusion of the Ugenti Rita Amendment to Senate Bill 1819. Okay, back to the original motion of Senator Peterson's. You want to do the motion again for the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, I move that the report of the committee of the whole be adopted, the bill be properly signed.
Thank you. Members, you have all heard that motion. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed, nay. Appears the ayes have it, do have it, so ordered. Okay, we have 3 bills. Are we ready for those? Okay. quite an experience from starting with something we thought that would be quite easy. Little did I know that doing an audit and just trying to verify election integrity was going to turn out to be quite the undertaking and a national, if not international, event. So we're learning a lot from this, which is pretty interesting. First and foremost, what I want to say to everybody here, as well as thank you, if anybody is having a difficult time with the live streaming portion, we are under the understanding that there are a lot of people that are wanting to watch this live, and maybe it is jamming the systems. And I'm looking for my note real quick that I just had. Okay, I can't find it right now. It's so if you go to the Senate website, the Arizona Senate, here it is, sorry. Our handle on Twitter is at AZ Senate GOP. Our handle on Facebook is at AZ Senate Republicans. On those two sites, you will be able to see a new link, an additional link, so that you may go ahead and sign on if you want. I've also been told that Real America's Voice, One America News, and Victory TV are all live streaming this as well. So there are 3 other options that you can watch. We are also taping this for future reference. You know, we always said that if we have to go to court, we want to make sure that everything has been documented, and we want to make sure that everything is on the record. So this is being taped. I think I heard Mr. Borelli mention, please turn all of your phones on vibrate right now so we don't disturb our speakers. This is a Senate hearing for the Senate and the public. It is an update on the 2020 general election for Maricopa County. We will not be taking any testimony from the public, and the reason for this is an update and a briefing from the people that have been involved, the vendors and the people that are involved with this audit. As a Senate body, we felt that it was necessary for them to come in and tell us what's going on. It's taken longer than we anticipated, than anybody thought was anticipated, and we need to have some answers, and we need to know where we're going from here. So with that, Senator Peterson, to my right is Senator Warren Peterson. He is chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee. He and I have been working closely with this, and I'll let you start.
Thank you, Madam President. So first, I think we just probably start with introductions. If the speakers who are here, as President Fan said, she's the Senate President. I'm the Judiciary Chairman, Warren Peterson. If we could just start with the 3 who are here to speak, if you could just introduce yourself and maybe provide us with some of your background and credentials. So we'll start here with Mr. Logan.
Thank you, Chairman Peterson. I want to thank you, Chairman Peterson, and Madam President, for all of the support that you've given for the audit. I think transparency has always benefited our democracy, and it continues to be an honor to work with you to bring transparency to our election process. As you know, I'm Doug Logan. I'm the CEO of Cyber Ninjas. I've held several industry-recognized certifications, such as the Certified Information System Security Professional, GIAC Web Application Penetration Tester, and the GIAC Certified Incident Handler. I have personally done work for companies such as JPMorgan Chase and Bank of America, and my company regularly works with Fortune 500 clients and the federal government. Specifically, our specialty is in application security, which allows us to be experts in complicated application systems, such as voting systems. For this reason, we're actually pulled into the work in Antrim, Michigan, and it was my team that helps assist Matt DePerno with a lot of the findings that they've had associated with specifically election software.
Thank you. Mr. Bennett?
Yes, I'm Ken Bennett, the Senate liaison to the audit. And I have an accounting degree from Arizona State University and have been a private businessman for 35 years with a variety of companies, including a 83-year-old family business up in the Prescott area. Served as the Senate President from 2003 to 2007, also as a senator 4 years prior to that, so 8 years in the state Senate from 99 to 2007. I also served as the Secretary of State for the state of Arizona from 2009 until 2015. And as I said, I have been asked to be the Senate's liaison to the audit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cotton.
My name is Ben Cotton. I am a court-recognized expert witness in digital forensics, in incident response, and I have over 25 years' experience performing these tasks, both for the U.S. government and for private industries such as law firms. We have specialized in providing these types of services now as a private company since 2002, and we continue that support within the industry to this day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Logan, I'm going to ask you to please open this segment up so that we can just walk through where you've been, where we're going, what you need to continue going and get to the end results of whatever those results might be. I know that from the get-go, in the very beginning, we said that we were not going to release any information until the audit was completely finished. But we are at this juncture where I believe you want to share some information with us because of the reasons why we have not still received the things that were on the original subpoena that Maricopa County is withholding from us, as well as additional information you're going to need to complete this full forensic audit. So I will turn this over to you to get us kicked off here.
Awesome. Yes, Madam President. I think what I'd like to start with is we've actually put together a short video that gives an overview of what we've done with the audit and some of the details associated with it. So could we put Exhibit A up on the screens, please?
I think it's all my years as a county manager and working at the executive level in local government, I've never seen a process so unprecedented than this audit. The transparency, the accountability, the integrity, and the overall chain of custody is something that is incomparable to any audit that's ever been conducted in the United States. It was an important part of the process in identifying the individuals to assist us in the audit. Background checks had to be done, social media vetting took place, but we didn't care what party you were, whether you were Democrat, Republican, Independent, Libertarian, far left, far right, as long as you entered the building with good intention, knowing that you were going to follow a sense of accountability, that you had integrity, and to do the right thing. This is what it was about. We wanted everybody in this building to be beyond reproach. With over 1,500 volunteers and 200 paid staff, we had people from all over the country in all walks of life. It was important because our chain of command was vital to the structural management process of the audit. We had vice presidents, we had managers, and then we had table managers. But people came from all over, from Pennsylvania to Iowa, from Virginia, Washington, D.C., and of course the state of Arizona. We had retired FBI agents, retired IRS auditors. We had technical professionals. We had CEOs of companies, election workers, and supervisors. We had consultants. We had even a United States Air Force general who had retired, who spent every day working tirelessly to make sure the audit was done with quality. Although it was only Maricopa County residents who voted in the last general election that were able to count ballots and votes, it was important to know that everybody in that building was there for one common goal, and that was to validate the election results and seek out and find any vulnerabilities to provide feedback that would enable Maricopa County's election process to get better, or to provide findings to the Arizona Senate for them to take the necessary measures to restore confidence in the Arizona voter. We had many measures that were implemented to ensure the safety and security of the people within the facility. Badging was something that was very important, where a person to get into the facility had to present their badge, also a legal ID, and be on a list. Another important aspect to this was our COVID protocol, that we ensured that we did not have any issues pertaining to COVID. And people were required to wear masks while on the floor. Any visitors or state delegation personnel that came into the building were also escorted. We had first aid stations on hand, and we had a reunification site set up in the event we had to evacuate the premise. Training was very detailed and extensive. Everyone went through an orientation process before they broke out into their specialized training. If you went to a counting table, you learned what the spinning process was. You actually did a practice tally sheet. You learned what the positions were that were involved in processing ballots and taking ballots off, what table managers did and what pod managers did. If you went into paper examination, you went to a lab where you worked directly with the microscopes and the camera technology in processing the ballots, and the importance of making sure that qualitative images were taken while processing those ballots in the paper examination area. Buzzwords were often used, such as integrity, accountability, chain of custody, beyond reproach, and transparency. And this was the culture that was developed for anyone that stepped in this building. The floor operations had many different moving parts. We had the ballot corrals that stored the ballots and staged the ballots in different ways, from regular storage to staging for paper examination and for staging for further investigation. You had paper examination stations that would then take ballots from the box and process them to obtain the images that were necessary through DSLR cameras and 4 different microscopes that obtained information from each ballot. You had aggregation that would then take the results of the counting tables and input that data into the system to ensure that the proper counts were correct during that process. Ballots didn't move without 3 things: people, paper, and observation. The people who moved them, the paper trail with the chain of custody that followed it, along with the camera observation that did not at any time allow a ballot box to not be seen. The handling of ballots was also very important. Once a ballot box was cut open and the ballots were removed, it was important that we ensured that the ballots were put back the exact same way they were pulled from each of the ballot boxes. Our goal was to make sure that Maricopa County received the boxes back with all the artifacts in it, along with the order of the ballots, the exact same way that we received them. I think with all the outcry of concern the election results displayed, it was important for the Arizona Senate to bring in an independent to evaluate the results. This was done in a way that was unprecedented, that had never been done before with the detail and the forensic side of the audit. But it was also important to be done in a bipartisan effort with the intent to provide feedback to Maricopa County to enable them to get better in their election process, or to provide findings to the Arizona Senate to enable them to create measures that would ensure that in the future that the residents of Arizona could have confidence in the election process.
Thank you.
So that just gives a brief overview of really our heart in doing all this. We've tried to design everything to implement the biblical concept of beyond reproach, so that we would not even have the appearance of evil in anything that we did. The amount of live streaming we have there has been unprecedented. I do not know of another audit that has had so much transparency in video captured. We actually captured, with all our data, over 2 petabytes of data. For you don't know, 1,000 terabytes ends up being a petabyte, and the vast majority of that was video footage. So we have accountability in every action that took place on that floor. There's a lot of great American patriots that are out there, they're part of this process, who gave up time away from their businesses, who gave away, often putting in leaves of absences where they are to make sure they'd be a part of this. I think in total we had over 1,500 people involved in the audit process. Of those, about 1,100 of them were actually volunteers that are just doing there to do their patriotic duty to make sure that we have integrity in our election process. We had, I think it was over 80,000 hours, man hours of time that was spent in what we did. At this stage in time, we have tallied all of the ballots. We've done paper examination on all of the ballots, and that data is still being worked through. The only thing that we have left is we're working through some of the last bits of aggregation to make sure all these numbers are perfect, because we totally understand how much focus is on us right now and how important this is to our country and really to our nation. And we want to make sure that everything we do is as spot on, as accurate as possible.
Thank you very much. I'd like to interject just something at this time that I wanted actually to say in our opening remarks, just for the record, because we do know that there's been some misinformation out there. And we have said from the day one, and I'm glad to see some of my fellow senators here in the audience with us, because it is our entire Republican Senate body that wanted to pursue this. The important thing that we wanted to make sure everybody knew, which we told you as well in the very beginning, is this is not about Trump. This is not about overturning the election. This has never been about anything other than election integrity. This is the epitome of what America stands for. And if we do not have faith and confidence in our electoral process, then everything we do in life is jeopardized. There was a poll that was recently done that 45% of people in Arizona, according to that poll, believe that we have serious problems with our elections. Whether that is true or not, whether they are rumors, unfound accusations, or legitimate problems for whatever reason, as a Senate body, we felt that it was our obligation and our duty to answer our voters, our constituents, answer those questions, and either confirm what they were afraid of or thought or heard, or that we prove that those things were not true so that they could go back to the polls and they could vote with confidence knowing that their ballot is sacred. I just wanted to make sure that everybody is fully aware that this is all this is about, is an election integrity. And are we following the rules? Are we following the procedures? Have we done everything we possibly can to make sure these are fair, clean, honest elections? If we do find anything, not us, but you as a vendor, if you do find anything of whether we can pass laws that would help ensure that we have more integrity in the future, if our procedures perhaps are lacking in some way, this is a great opportunity for us to be able to say, let's fix that, because that's what the Senate body does. We pass laws. We have accomplished this because the Constitution gives us the right to subpoena information for the purpose of passing laws. And with that information gives us the tools to be able to either tweak existing legislation or create new legislation to make sure that the sanctity is always there. So I just wanted that on the record. Mr. Bennett, I am going to go to you next. I want to hear, thank you so much. You have volunteered your time for many, many weeks here, free of charge. And with your past experience, it was great to have you step up to the plate and offer to be our Senate liaison, particularly since we were still in session and we could not be there. Because of your expertise as being a past Secretary of State of Arizona and a Senate President prior to me, I would like to get your take, and we would like to know what happened when the ballots arrived, what was the process you observed, and help us walk through that stage. So I'm turning it over to you at this point.
Okay. And I should start probably by thanking others who have assisted me in the liaison process. Julie Fisher, Randy Pullen, John Brakey, Brandon Slayton, and probably others have been a tremendous help in overseeing this process and interfacing between the Senate and the audit. So I'll speak primarily to the chain of custody. We received the ballots and the equipment on 2 days, April 21st and April 22nd of this year. The equipment arrived mostly on the 21st, and I think there were a couple pallets that came with the ballots on the 22nd. I want to give compliments to Maricopa County. They were very professional in the transfer of the chain of custody from them to us. Co-elections director Scott Jarrett was very professional, along with several of his staff that helped in that process. We received 1,691 boxes of mostly ballots, but other items. And with Mr. Jarrett and his staff's help, we worked through every one of those and checked every box. We worked through some minor discrepancies that we resolved. There were 26 mismarked boxes. There were 8 boxes present on the ballots that were not on the manifest. There were a couple boxes on manifests that were not present. I think there were 3 boxes that were on different pallet numbers than the manifest indicated they were, but we located them on other pallets. Of those 1,691 boxes, they arrived on 46 pallets. 2 of the boxes were data cards, hard drives, fobs, other things that we transferred over to Ben Cotton's group for the data analysis. In the process of doing the audit, some personally identifying information was discovered in 2 boxes, kind of stuffed in with the ballots. I think it's the kind of the practice of a county as large as Maricopa, where you have multiple, thousands of boxes. They have to make sure that those boxes are filled to the brim, so that if that box ends up on the bottom row of a pallet and there's 4 stacked on top of each other, that they can hold the weight. So they kind of build bricks, as one of my assistants kind of calls it, where you make sure that the boxes are full. And in a couple of the boxes we found a variety of counter slips, I think was the first box that we ran into. And the auditors took great care in making sure that no personally identifiable information was compromised. So we took personally identifiable information out of 2 boxes and segregated those in their own 2 boxes. We found personally identifiable information in the spoiled ballot boxes, and that ended up creating 16 new boxes of PII, as we called it. In 2 of the Braille ballot boxes, we found UOCAVA ballots and even some other ballots. I think Doug might talk to that in a little more detail as to the number of those. But so we separated those, and that created 2 more boxes. And then eventually, Cipher, after going through the equipment, returned the 2 data boxes that they had. So we went from 1,691 boxes at the beginning to now we have 1,711 boxes on 47 pallets. As far as the equipment, we received the 9 high-volume scanner machines, 4 called High Pros and 5 Canons, 20 adjudication stations, 4 EMS workstations, and the EMS server, along with some other miscellaneous equipment. That was on 16 pallets. Again, we received that on April 21st. Every pallet and every box on the pallet was co-signed by Mr. Jarrett and myself, as were the 1,691 boxes that I mentioned earlier. We also received 385 precinct tabulators. Those were on 24 pallets, well, not pallets, I guess you would call them racks or rolling carts. And so we identified each and every one of those by serial number. The 9 high-volume machines, the 20 adjudication stations, the 4 EMS workstations, and the EMS server Mr. Cotton's company collected the forensic data off those, and he'll speak to how they did that to make sure that none
Mr.
of
Benner,
the-
if I could just
Yes.
interject, could you tell everybody what EMS?
I'm sorry.
stands
EMS is the election management system.
Thank you.
Ben will speak to how they collected that data using equipment that could read only and do no damage to the original evidence that the copies were made from. But the high-volume machines, the adjudication stations, the election management system workstations, and servers were returned to the county on April 30th. So we had the equipment about 9 days, or at least those pieces of equipment. We would have returned the other 385 precinct tabulators, but I think Ben will speak to that as well. We still do have the precinct tabulators. Both the equipment and the ballots were in locked cages during the entire time that we have possessed the ballots and equipment with limited access. I think most of the time there are probably maybe 2 people that had keys to the ballot corrals, we call them. And
Armed security outside every time.
yeah, we also had 24-hour guarded armed security, both inside and outside of the building. We had 24/7 live stream on the ballots and the equipment during the entire time that they've been in our possession. Doug spoke earlier that that's a very significant part of the 2 petabytes or whatever you said was of data that we have collected. While we have had the machines and the ballots in our custody, we have continuous and complete chain of custody on every box and every machine. Even and especially during the time when we had to move over to the Wesley Bolin building and store the ballots and machines while the Coliseum was used for the high school graduations, the return back to the Coliseum, and now we're back at the Wesley Bolin. But during all that process, we have had continuous and complete chain of custody while everything has been in our possession. It was shown on the video that every time a box moved somewhere on the floor, it was signed out by somebody in the corral to somebody who took it to a table. It was received at that table by signature. So every time a box moved, 2 people signed for it, and then the reverse when it was returned. And just kind of for your information, when we returned these boxes, most of what we received were boxes sealed with regular packing tape. I think there were 52 boxes that were used in the hand count audit by Maricopa County that were sealed with tamper evident tape, but the other 1,600 and some odd boxes were just sealed with regular packing tape. It's our intent and commitment that when we return everything to Maricopa County, that we will reseal the boxes. And as the video stated, we've gone to great lengths to make sure that the same ballots that were in the boxes when we received them are in the same boxes when we return them. And I think in the same order that we found them. When we close these boxes in the next few weeks and return them to Maricopa County, we will do so with tamper evident tape to seal the boxes, and then a numbered seal across the top opening that will be recorded with each box, so that there's a tamper evident tape and a numbered seal that will be on every box that we return. And I think that speaks primarily to the chain of custody. At some point when we talk about things that maybe we ought to be considering as far as statutory changes or improvements, I can talk about some of the things that the Election Procedures Manual of the state of Arizona and our state statutes require as far as the storage and security of ballots.
Can we go ahead and do that
wanna do
now,
some of that?
since we're on
Okay.
the subject of chain of custody and storage?
Well, one of the things that we subpoenaed that has not been provided is the chain of custody that should have been created when ballots were received by Maricopa County and while they were going through the process of the election. If you go to Chapter 8, I think it's 5, Roman numeral 5, subsection E, storage and security of ballots, it reads that official ballots must be inventoried upon receipt and prior to distribution to voting locations. Item 2 is they must be accessed by election staff only to the extent necessary to perform their authorized task. A key one, though, is third, they must be stored in locked, secured location that prevents unauthorized access, as we have done. And in that number 3, it says it must be documented with a written log or with electronic keypad access that indicates the date, time, and identity of the person accessing the ballots. Fourth, must be witnessed by 2 or more election staff members of different political parties if possible when being moved or transferred, which includes an inventory of the ballots before and after the move or transfer. And then the last item is very important as well, since we use ballot-on-demand printers in many of the counties around Arizona, that the officer in charge of elections shall also implement reasonable security procedures for auditing and accountability of blank ballot stock for use with on-demand printers. So part of what we have been trying to get, in addition to the ballots themselves, is a chain of custody from the very beginning of the process when the county took ballot stock and or pre-printed ballots from their vendors, and a chain of custody ever since then, which is still forthcoming.
That was on the original subpoena,
Yes.
and we have not received it.
Madam President, just if I may, Mr. Bennett, what's been the response when you've asked for that? What did the county tell you?
They've provided us what they're going to provide us with.
So are you saying they're refusing to give us that information at this point?
Every time I've tried to interact with the folks at the elections department, I've been told that I need to deal with the county attorney's office, and most of that time I've received kind of the answer that we gave you everything we're going to give you.
Okay.
I'm trying not to be flippant, but that's...
We appreciate that. Can you, as the past Secretary of State, I know you're familiar with the handling of ballots. I know that, a couple of months ago, Senator Peterson and I had our first update briefing, and there were some things mentioned about bags that are sealed at some point and apparently unsealed at some point. There were boxes that you opened and there were broken seals at the bottom. Could you explain, to the best of your ability, how are ballots supposed to be handled and treated from when they're at the voting centers or at the polling stations, and how, when you receive those ballots and you open those boxes, what did you find? Could you walk us through what we should be looking for?
Well, in many of the boxes, we found pretty much a very little existence of any ballot batch sheets that would describe how many ballots should be found in their batches. Maricopa County processed the election in 10,341 batches. Most of their batches were right around 200, but they had 20-some batches that were 1 ballot per batch, and they had other batches of ballots, mostly from the voting centers, that were around 1,000 in a batch. Some of the boxes, you would see a batch number on the outside of the box, identifying it as election day, so it came from a polling location. And if there was just one number, then you would infer from that that there's only one batch in there and it was a large batch from a voting location. As ballots are processed at the voting locations, I think Maricopa had 171, I believe, voting centers. When those are processed, they're bagged and locked in sealed bags and sent down to the central counting location. They are opened again there, and when they are put in the boxes, we found some of the cut seals and things like that. So the fact that we found some cut seals was probably, it was easier to throw them in the bottom of the box than throw them in the trash can somewhere, and it doesn't speak to anything violative of state law or election procedures manual, but that apparently is the way that some of the people disposed of the seals that came from the bags at the voting centers. The ballots that are handled at the central count which is the vast majority of the ballots in Maricopa County's situation. Of the 2.1 million, or actually 2,089,563 ballots that were processed, approximately 1.9 million were processed through the mail and therefore at central count locations, and about 168,000 ballots were processed at the 171 polling locations. When those ballots are put in those boxes, in some cases we found pink sheets. We and they, Maricopa County, called them that would say below this pink sheet there should be 200 ballots, but 2 were taken to duplication, and so there should be 198. As was reported earlier, and I think Doug may speak to it again, there were some discrepancies, or quite a few discrepancies found, but it was later discovered that the county has blue sheets that are used at a different point in the process to identify a time in their process where ballots are again sent to duplication. And so the blue sheets explain that the pink sheets would go from 200 to -2 to 198. A blue sheet might get you from 198 to, we sent another 6 or 7 to duplication, so the number would change again. But
Madam President, Mr. Bennett, to that point, what were you given the blue sheets? Have we been given the blue sheets?
We were not given the blue sheets by Maricopa County, but we were able to get the blue sheets through one of the assistant liaisons organizations, Audit USA out of Tucson, who requested by public records request the blue sheets, and then provided those to the audit, and I think they've been helpful. Doug may speak to that a little further as to explaining some of the discrepancies that are not entirely explained by the pink sheets that we sometimes found in the box. Sometimes we would open a box and all the pink sheets would be stuffed down the side vertically, and you really at that point had no idea of where you would insert those pink sheets in between batches of ballots to account for the sum of the ballots in the box. I think a lot of this may stem from standard procedure where we've not done many audits, and most counties have put things in boxes knowing that they're going to be sealed up, put on pallets, shrink wrapped, and put in a warehouse for 22 months and then destroyed. And usually nothing or nobody's ever being looked at or looking at them. In this case, I think we have discovered that we could probably use a little beefing up in our election procedures manual and or state statutes as to how things are documented and stored in an organized, consistent fashion in boxes in case other audits are done in the future. But there's no, I can find no election procedures manual directives or state law that says you have to put them in the boxes in this specific way, but that may be something that we need to look at.
Anything else that you want to add at this point? We'll
only
have a
other
chance to
thing,
come back with you if you do need.
Yeah, the only other thing I guess that I was personally involved in on a couple of, not the only other thing, but an other thing that I was called to one of the counting tables is when we started opening duplicate ballots. There was almost one whole pallet of ballots that were called original/damaged ballots sent to duplication. And then there was quite a few boxes, mostly on one pallet, but scattered amongst 3 or 4 other pallets where the duplicates were supposedly there for the duplicates that were sent to duplication. So if a ballot gets damaged and has to be sent to duplication, there is a very specific process in the Election Procedures Manual. Chapter 10, Roman numeral 2, Section 3, Procedures for Duplicating a Ballot. This stems precisely from ARS 16621A, which says that they are to record an identical serial number on both the original and duplicate ballot, including spoiled duplicates. This ties the ballots together and creates a paper trail as required by the statute ARS 16621A. We found, I would have to say, thousands of duplicate ballots where those serial numbers are not on them. And so it has created great difficulty to try to match up a duplicated ballot to its duplicate. And on thousands of the ones that a serial number was put on, they were put on by a, I guess you would call it like a dot matrix printer, very, very light. And unfortunately, they ended up being printed on the ballot on the top, usually top right part of the ballot, where the black square alignment marks are on the ballot. And so if a very light gray number is printed on little black boxes that are a quarter of an inch apart, you see one number and you miss the next, and you see the number and you miss two, and it made for some very difficult matching of duplicated ballots and their duplicates, which, as I just read to you, one of the most important things you need to do when you duplicate ballots is reflect a serial number on both the duplicate and the duplicated, so that you can do two main things. One, make sure you have one for every one of the other, and two, make sure that you can look at the votes reflected on the duplicated ballot and make sure that they reflected those correctly from the ballot that was damaged and was duplicated. So without those serial numbers, it gets very difficult. We found some nice bright red serial numbers on many, but some very difficult to deal with light black numbers on many others, and none whatsoever on many others.
If the corresponding numbers aren't on there, how would you know whether it was duplicated once or 10 times?
You wouldn't.
Okay, thank you.
Unless you meticulously kept track of the total number in each group, which I think Doug's organization has done,
Okay.
to see if the totals match at least.
You said that when we return these ballots, I'm hoping that you guys and will help make sure that they are given to the Arizona County Treasurer. It's my understanding that...
Maricopa County Treasurer.
Right, the Maricopa County Treasurer. It's my understanding that our statutes say that they're supposed to be turned over to the Treasurer at a certain point, and they were not. Are you well aware of that as well?
Yes.
Yes, okay. When we return those, you mentioned that you were going to put tamper evidence tape with a numbered seal on that.
Mm-hmm.
You also mentioned that everything you have done, you have put back in order.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned everything has been filmed with all of these petabytes of stuff. So if anybody opens those boxes, we will know that somebody has opened those boxes. And everything that you have just said, and if anybody needs to see that themselves upon court order or whatever, we will be able to not only view that on film, video, but we could also go to the physical evidence and break that seal, hopefully under court order, and go directly to exactly where you have said this has happened. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay. Mr. Peterson, Sarah Peterson, I'll turn this over to you at this point.
Thank you. Yeah, Madam President, I'd like to jump into the cybersecurity, the digital evidence, if I may, if that's okay with you. Mr. Cotton, what so far has been completed for the digital forensics portion of the audit?
So we have completed the forensics acquisition of all of the items that Mr. Bennett just mentioned that were provided to us by the county. And I'd like to take a moment to walk through that process a bit to help everyone understand the forensics fidelity and the standard of care that we took to ensure that there were zero, and I repeat, zero changes to any of the original media or devices.
Okay, go ahead.
So as part of the imaging process, first of all, chain of custody is extremely important, as we previously discussed with the ballots. That standard of care also was transferred into the digital imaging and preservation of that data. So upon receiving each of these digital devices, we filled out an evidence acquisition form that started the initial chain of custody for the acquisition within the digital forensics and analysis piece of this audit. On that form, we carefully recorded all of the serial numbers. We then leveraged what is known in the industry as a write block device. Now, a write block device is used, and as a matter of fact...
How is write spelled?
So write, W-R-I-T-E.
Right, as in write.
As
okay.
in write.
Okay.
And the sole purpose of this device is to prevent any modification of the original evidence that is plugged into it. Okay. This is accepted within our judicial system as the methodology needed to be utilized for anything to be admitted into court and to maintain that standard of care for the digital forensics chain of custody. As part of that acquisition, we then took a bit-for-bit copy, forensics copy, of each of the digital devices. At the end of that copy, we applied what is known as a MD5, a Machine Digest 5 hash value to that acquisition. Now, when you think about that, it is a digital fingerprint of that evidence that we just acquired. If anyone changes even one bit of data within that evidence file, it will totally invalidate the MD5 and create a totally new signature on that particular piece of evidence. Okay, so for every device that Mr. Bennett mentioned that we imaged, we performed that exact process. We know who imaged it, we know when they imaged it, we know where it was imaged to, and that is a controlled item within our evidence and chain of custody handling procedure. We then took those digital copies and we maintained one of those digital copies as primary evidence. And so we locked that away in a U.S. government GSA approved safe to ensure that no one would access it and that it is there as the primary evidence for the basis of our analysis. We then created examination copies that we have used for the determination of the cybersecurity status and other aspects of those systems. Okay, so I must reiterate, not a single bit of data was ever changed on any device that came into our possession.
So, Madam President, Mr. Cotton, are you saying that the machines were not damaged or tampered with in any way where they couldn't be used again? And if they were, you have implemented the people could check and see whether that was done?
Senator, that is correct. So we have exactly a bit-for-bit image of these systems as we received them. Okay, we did not modify, we did not change any chips, we did not access any anything other than the hard drives for those systems. So if there were any changes to the original equipment, those had to have occurred within the custody of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, not with the custody of the auditors.
Okay.
Mr. Peterson, Senator Peterson, may I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
Mr. Cotton, well, we're trying to keep this official. Mr. Cotton, recently in the news, I don't know if you have heard or not, but our Secretary of State, Katie Hobbs, made a statement a few weeks ago that she would not allow these machines to be used again because she could not verify that we had not, you, not us, you had tampered with them. I don't understand that statement because it is my understanding that when election machines, no matter whose machines they are, that election machines are supposed to be calibrated and certified before any election goes on to make sure that those machines haven't been tampered with, that they are calibrated correctly, and I believe they do that also after an election. So I have this question I don't understand. How can the Secretary of State say that she can't certify the machines weren't tampered with when supposedly we have certified people that come in to certify machines aren't tampered with? It doesn't make sense. Could you explain that to me, please?
Madam President, I certainly understand your confusion, and I share that with you. I'd like to also reiterate that as part of our evidence handling procedure, we had cameras watching over our evidence storage facilities and our acquisition and replication procedures 24/7, okay? So any form of tampering certainly would have been caught on video. However, we did not do anything of the sort that would have interfered with any of the machine configurations or any of the alleged tampering that the Secretary of State has alleged.
So, Madam President, if I may, just this is more of just I think a comment or a statement along with your concern here. And I think this could be something we need to look at legislatively. If we have a process, and from what I've heard, it's about $8,000. You know, the county did an audit for $8,000 or $20,000, whatever it was, to certify and make sure the machines were not tampered with. And this is also part of a process before an election. If that process doesn't work, then, and we're saying that is not valid because somebody doing an audit ruins that and you can't recertify it. It sounds like that we need to have something else. There needs to be another process that works, that you truly, maybe it's the truly certification and verification that machines have not been tampered with process. I don't know what it's called, but anyways, I share your concern. I think that's a good bullet point for us to be looking at for future legislation.
If I also might add, Madam President, that position that they must replace all of the voting equipment is at odds with the public statements that were made by the Maricopa County officials following the two independent audits that they conducted early in this year. Right. So.
And those statements would be what?
Those statements would be that they were able to go in and validate that no firmware had been changed, that there was no changes to those systems, and that the election was, in their phraseology, legitimate.
Okay. So, Madam President, if I may just continue on with some of the digital forensics questions here. Can you continue to just tell us with what you've received, what have you received, and what has been done with what you've received so far?
So, Mr. Bennett went through the list of devices that we have received. I would add to that list that he...
Could you just repeat it real quick, just so we
sure.
kind of compartmentalize it with the digital forensics?
We have received 385 tabulators.
Okay.
Okay. Those are the Dominion ICP2s. We have received the county EMS server. EMS, once again, is the election management system. We received their server. We received physical devices correlating to the EMS workstation function, to the adjudication function. We have received 11 hard drives that contained cloned images of various other systems within the EMS ecosystem / network. Of interesting note, however, is on those 11 hard drives which contain cloned data, they did not use a forensically secure process to image those original systems. So the dates and times on those cloned systems were altered by their cloning process. So just as an FYI. With all of the digital devices that we have received, whether in physical or digital form, we have created a forensic copy of each one of those devices. as prescribed in the procedures that I just outlined to you. Okay. We have taken those digital forensics copies and we have conducted keyword searching across them, looking for internet connections, looking for anomalous or unauthorized connections into the system. We have conducted searches looking for malware on those systems. We have also created virtual systems of those forensics images to conduct live memory analysis on those virtual systems. And that's where we are today.
So what have we not received from the county that we were supposed to get to be able to do the forensic analysis of?
I think if I'm going to put these in order of criticality, we have not received the router configuration files. We have not received the router data. And Mr. Bennett and myself were in multiple conversations with county officials in which they had agreed to provide that information to us. We had actually entered into a compromise with the county in which they would provide us with virtual access to that data, in addition to providing us with Splunk NetFlow data with a time period of approximately 90 days prior to the election and 60 days after the election. And we had agreed to that. We have not received that due to a response from the county in May stating that they would not provide that because the data would compromise law enforcement operations and would also potentially compromise PII information of Maricopa County residents that had not already been turned over as part of the audit request.
Okay, now tell us the significance of us not, why do you need to look at the routers and the router data and the Splunk logs that they originally told us they were going to give us, and now they have, you know, they're not going to provide that, or they're saying they won't provide that. What's the significance? Why do we need to look at that?
Well, it's critically important to substantiate some findings that we are seeing through the keyword searching and the processes I already mentioned. There are a number of things that we know as a matter of fact have occurred that we need to further take that information and validate that information. So, for example, we know through public record, public statements, that an element of the election system was actually compromised or breached during the course of the November 2020 election. It is a matter of public statement by Maricopa County as well as legal action and law enforcement action surrounding that particular incident. The registration server that was public facing did have unauthorized access to that. In cybersecurity terms, it was breached. We know that the county has accepted that as an unauthorized breach because they actually issued a letter to a small subset of the voters who were affected by that breach, and they issued that in January of 2021. In that letter, they did acknowledge that there was unauthorized access in November to that server. Okay, so that's one item. The second item is it has become readily apparent in the course of our analysis that there are severe cybersecurity problems with the way the election management system and network was maintained. Okay. For example, if you walk into an average home computer, you will find that the antivirus definitions that protect that system from malware have been updated within the last week. You will find that there have been system security patches sent by Microsoft or by Apple, typically within the last week. Microsoft does it weekly. And you would find that that system is patched and the antivirus definitions are up to date. Sadly, that is not the case for any of the endpoints that we have looked at inside of the Maricopa County election management system. Okay? The last time that the antivirus was updated on these systems was the date that the Dominion software was installed on the systems. That happens to be August of 2019. Okay. There have been no operating system updates or patches on this system since that same date. What that creates is a tremendous vulnerability to anyone who could get access through a system such as if, for example, the registration server was serving as a jump box. In other words, it was dual networks so that it was public facing and also private facing into the election system. If someone accessed that system, they would have no difficulty at all effectively penetrating and gaining system level access at the current patch state and antivirus state of these systems.
So, Madam President, Mr. Cotton, if they could have if they were able to get access, how long would it take somebody to hack in or whatever if they're?
The vulnerabilities that exist on these systems would take an average script kiddie less than 10 minutes to get access to these systems.
Okay, so this is high vulnerability situations.
Correct.
So we need to get the routers. It's clear we need to get the routers. We need, even if it's just a report, they can scan it, they can look at it, they can do whatever they need to do to make it safe. We just need to see the traffic during this election or during this period that you're looking for. Now they brought up security concerns. Are these? Do you believe these are valid concerns that they brought up from sharing the router traffic or router reports with us? Anything from the router? Are these valid security concerns from your point of view?
They're not, and let me explain why. So when you think about a router, think about someone delivering the mail to your mailbox. Okay. That router is simply the mail carrier, okay? On a standard envelope that you might mail to your mother, you're going to put your return address, you're going to put the address that it's going to, and then you put that in the mailbox. The mail carrier looks at that, it knows they know where to route that, and they will simply route that letter so it's delivered in the mailbox of your mother. With a router, it's very similar. For each packet of data that you have an address to where it's going to, you have an address of where it came from, so that any response can come right back to that system. But what you don't have is the actual content or the letter that's contained in the envelope within the router itself.
Okay, so just to that point, you won't see social security numbers or driver's licenses or sensitive data on this.
You will not.
Okay.
To that point, Senator Peterson? Yes. So when we're talking about the addresses, is this what is known as the IP addresses? Am I on the right track on this?
Yes, ma'am. So it's actually a combination of two elements. One is the IP address, which everyone's very familiar with. But typically on the return side, you will also have what's known as a MAC address. And that is a unique identifier for the communicating device that actually sent the packet. Okay, so for example, if you've got a wireless phone, your wireless modem has a unique MAC address so that if you're behind a home router or something like that, it will know where to deliver that return packet to.
One of my concerns, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Please. When we received the letter from Sheriff Penzone stating that we would not get the routers because of a potential security issue, the one thing that stuck in my mind, I just heard you say that there is not a valid security concern there, but just hypothetically, if for some reason they think that there's a security concern, my question is why would they be using the same router as our election systems, as other, if there's even a small remote possibility that they think that somebody could be jeopardized, why are we sharing routers with other agencies? Why don't they have their own personal secure router?
Ma'am, I can't answer why they shared that space, but once again, this is one of those situations where what they've told the public is drastically different than the apparent reality in response to a legal subpoena. Okay, so from a public response standpoint, Maricopa County officials have repeatedly stated that the election system was a closed system. It did not touch the internet, and therefore, it could not have commingled with the data from the Sheriff's Department or the Maricopa County other office space. The fact that they have responded back to an official subpoena with the justification that to produce that data would compromise these other aspects of the Maricopa County network that does touch the internet is an admission that maybe things aren't like what they've told the American public. Okay.
So, Mr. Cotton, we've talked about the routers, Splunk logs. Again, why do we need the Splunk logs? And I also want to ask about that. We also, you mentioned, have not received the passwords, the tokens. Why do we need those things?
So if I can address the first part of that question, Senator Peterson. So part of the challenge that we have is that specifically, I'll use the EMS server as an example. The Windows security log, or the Windows security event log, as some people would call that, actually only goes back to the 5th of February of 2021. Now, there are a couple of things.
So after the election.
After the election.
Okay.
So we would need this data to cover and to help fill in the blanks back to the election. Okay. But more importantly, there's an aspect to that security log that bears consideration. And so the security log was set to retain approximately 20 megabytes of data. And the way that works is it operates on a first in, first out principle. As soon as you hit 20 megabytes of data, the oldest entry gets deleted, and the next, and so it just continually rolls like that to maintain the constraints on that data space. When we took a look at this, we found specifically in March, and I believe it was March 11th, there were 37,646 queries for a blank password on a system that only contained 8 accounts. Now, given the short time period that happened, that clearly was a script that was executed by the user EMS admin. Okay. What we don't have, because of the lack of logs and the condition of that system, is where did that script come from? Okay. So by leveraging the router information and by leveraging the Splunk information, I should be able to determine who was using the EMS admin account at that particular time, and where did that originate from?
So just to be clear on this, were there 37,000 logins on one day? Is that what you're saying? How would you identify this?
When you're doing a security check on a system, it's very common for you to look for passwords that have a null password or a blank password, right? And so you can query the device itself to let you know whether or not there are any accounts that have a blank password on them.
So it's a query? I'm just looking for what you're calling this.
It's a script, it's a query.
So there's 37,000 queries.
Yes.
And they were done on this one day. And the reason we need the Splunk logs is because those 37,000 queries churned the data so that you can only look back to February 5th, or what was the date?
February 5th.
February 5th.
That is correct.
And obviously, we need to go back to the election.
Correct.
We need to be looking at the election day, prior to the election day, looking at access. So we don't have that, what we were given, we don't have that, that window, which is the critical window we need to look at.
That is correct.
Okay. So obviously, we need the routers, or just the data, and how about we just start with March 11th, the 37,000 queries? I mean, give us something here. What about the machines, the Dominion machines, the tokens for the machines? Why do we need those?
Okay. So within the administrative functions of the Dominion ICPs, you have basically a couple of different levels or roles, as they call them, inside of the EMS software. The current state, so we have completely recreated a virtual EMS. I am able to burn these little fobs or iButton keys, as they really are, and those give me security access at whatever role I'm permitted to burn inside of the EMS. Currently, inside of the EMS construct, there is only one role, and that is of poll worker. Within the Dominion ICPs, poll workers as a role, even if you give them admin access, do not get access to the configuration of that device itself. So on each of these ICPs, and these are ICP2s, we know that there are 2 NIC cards. We know that they can be configured with wireless modems. We know that they can be configured with cellular modems. So the purpose of requiring this information is to get a configuration for each of those systems that shows how they were configured, what is enabled, what is not enabled, and more importantly, I can get the MAC addresses for each of those devices. Now, if you recall our previous conversation on the router data, where you have an IP address, you have a MAC address. It then becomes a very simple process to say, did any of these MAC addresses ever touch the internet? It's very simple.
So it sounds like Maricopa County does not have access to this. Dominion only has access to this. Why is it important for Maricopa County to be able to have access to this?
Well, your assumption appears to be true. So when we asked them for the administration level fobs, we received a response back to the same, within the same letter as the router data, saying that they had provided us everything that they have access to, and the inference obviously there is that only the contract Dominion employees, contracted by Maricopa County, have access to configure those ICPs and to get access to the configuration or technician aspects of those ICPs. Now, where this becomes important is that if you as a county cannot validate the configuration independently of the vendor, then how do you ever validate a election system that it's safe to vote? Okay? Because you don't know. As a county, it's responsible to validate and certify those systems prior to a vote. Okay? So I would suggest that at this point, based on the evidence that has been provided to me, that the Maricopa County officials do not have the ability to independently verify the configurations of their systems without using Dominion employees.
So, Madam President, so again, I think this is just kind of another bullet point for us, something for future legislation. We always want to make sure, I think, that, and if this is the case, this is just with what we've been able to see so far, perhaps, and we'd love to hear from the county on whether they can. If they do have access, then great. If the county can get this administrative access, where they can, look at the tabulators, we want to make sure that the state, the county, can always be at a higher level of administration than these third parties that we're using, so that it's us doing the elections, it's the county doing the elections. So this, I think, is another thing that we need to make sure that we address. Either now get we need to get a response of that they do have access to this and they can, audit this themselves and control this, or this is something that we need to make sure in the future that we are able to do.
Question? And I don't know that you have an answer, but I'm going to throw it out and maybe we can put it on our list of questions to ask. Originally, the Board of Supervisors had agreed to do a forensic audit with us, which is what we wanted. We did not want the ballots moved. We would not want the machines moved. And that's the path I thought we were going on until they went into an executive session and said they were going to do their own audits using 2 companies that are authorized to certify the machines. And so they did these 2 audits. One was Pro V&V, one was SLI. Thank you. Those 2. If they had done the audit, as Senator Peterson said, why did they not come up with this information and report it as well? I don't know that you would have an answer. It's
probably can't speak for their
company. I can't speak to what their scoping was. I would suspect that a full cybersecurity audit was not part of their scoping. That's what I would surmise. But the reports that were produced by both of those audit firms clearly did not address the cybersecurity aspects that we have found. And there's another finding that you would think that any audit firm would be looking at, and that is commonality of passwords. So what we have found is that for all the administrative accounts, no matter what the name of that account was, they shared the same password. Okay? Now, that password appears to have been established at the same time that the Dominion software was installed on these systems, which August of 2019, and does not appear to have been changed during that entire time period. Okay. So once again,
and so to that point, what would be the what would be the recommendations with what's the industry standard with passwords and recommendations with password best practices with that?
Well, first and foremost, the shared password eliminates one of the very critical items of cybersecurity, and that is we cannot attribute the actions of a given username back to an individual. Because these were all shared passwords, literally anyone who had any access to any admin account could have been able to use any other admin account. So accountability is out the window, right, from an individual aspect. From a cybersecurity standpoint, it is
now, just to be clear, when we're talking about these passwords, these are the passwords for the server. This is not the machine admin password you're talking? Which passwords are you talking about here?
We're talking about the EMS admin password. We're talking about the adjudication admin password.
So this is not the Dominion machine, the
Operating system password.
This is the EMS, meaning the election servers, not
So-
the Dominion tabulators or machine.
There is a correlation between the Dominion Windows accounts and the Dominion functions. So you can't separate the two. In other words, when you log into the EMS server, for example, you will enter in the EMS admin username, and then you will enter in a password. Okay, that provides you single sign-on access into all of the functions of the EMS software. So these two things are tied together.
Right, but what I'm trying to make sure that's clear for people to understand is that you do have the admin password for the server, correct?
Correct.
But you don't have the admin password for the tokens for the Dominion machines.
A little bit of a correction there. I do have the admin passwords. What I don't have is the authentication fob because it requires both of those items.
Right.
So we were able to recover the admin passwords used for the tabulators, but because we don't have the ability to burn that iButton fob.
It's like an additional layer of security.
Correct. It's a multi-factor
for
authentication
those,
into the tabulator.
And it appears that only Dominion has that.
Correct.
From what we know so far.
Correct.
From the information we have so far. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam
Right,
President.
anything else that you wanted to add that's not covered at this point?
I think that there is one other critical aspect of why I need the Splunk logs. So anonymous logins are a normal part of Windows activity. So if you've ever accessed a shared file in Windows, that's called an SMB share. And as part of that request, there will be an anonymous logon action to the server that has the share file on it. And then that is followed immediately by the authentication of the user that is requesting that access. As part of the course of that normal anonymous action, the Windows logs will actually record the username that is requesting that action. It will record the IP address that is originating the request, and it will record the host name of that originating client. What we are seeing here, and what does require additional correlation with NetFlow data, is we're seeing anonymous logins at the system level that do not follow that pattern of normal Windows behavior. Okay, and so we need to have that additional data to validate what that activity is.
Thank you. All right, ready to move on to the next section? Sorry, this is tedious, but there's a lot of information that we're trying to absorb and understand here, so bear with us, please. I'm going to go back to Mr. Logan at this part. Mr. Logan, we would like you to help us address the issues that you're having with the hand counting of ballots, the paper examination, and then we'll move into voter data analysis and envelopes. So let's start with the hand count of ballots and where we're at on that.
So there's been a lot of questions, I know, about the timeline and why some things have taken a little bit longer than expected. I have to say that every audit I've ever been a part of, usually whatever the organization is that you're working with is available to answer questions or run ideas by and to get some feedback on findings. And that's one of the more difficult things with this audit is to not have that feedback loop and not be able to ask questions on things that could be solved very quickly.
From Maricopa County.
Correct, from Maricopa County. Specifically, we've run into I think Ken Bennett was stating earlier about some of the duplicated ballots. Specifically, we've had a lot of problems with the way that those were recorded and the way they were received over. I think probably the best way to do this is go over. I think it's actually Exhibit B. If you can put that up on the screen. did vote on? Actually, can you zoom in so people can see that a little better? Okay. So what we have here on the top of the screen is the original manifest on one of the boxes that held duplicate stuff in it. You can see all the numbers, the MC 17416 and so forth. So that was what was stated was given to us. If you take a look at the table below it, and actually if you can just zoom in a little more maybe to make it a little more clear. And we don't need the top part anymore, you can scroll down. So on the actual manifest, the far left column has the manifest batch number. And then if you look right next to it, there's actually what the observed batch number was within it. You'll notice that the first few ones are actually correct. But then you get down to MC 171634, which is about halfway down. You notice that its naming convention is as if it is an original, but it is actually a duplicate. And just to step back a little bit to give a little bit of clarity, anytime there is a ballot that can't be run through the tabulator, whether that's because it's damaged, whether it's because it's something like a Braille ballot or something like UACAVA, any of the other forms, they actually have to create duplicates of it that are then run through the tabulators.
Can you tell us what UACAVA stands for, please?
Uniform Overseas Citizen Absentee Voter Act.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. In any case, so you have the original ballots, and then you have the duplicates, and there was roughly 50,000 total, so there's 25,000 originals and roughly 25,000 duplicates, assuming that they all matched up with that. So in order to make sure that things are not double counted and things are attributed properly, it's very important to be able to match them up. In fact, this is why there's statute that says there's supposed to be a serial number on the original that you can match up with the serial number on the actual duplicate. So you know one for one that they were counted properly, and from an audit standpoint, we want to make sure that the original is exactly the same as the duplicate. So it's important to us to make sure that we can match those. So when we receive a manifest that states that stuffs were originals, when we actually start looking through them, we realize that they're duplicates. It creates things that are a lot more complicated and difficult for us. So these are some of the examples in here. You'll see that there's a whole bunch of things that were wrong where we were stated. There's several things on there that were not listed on the manifest that were actually in the box. There's one of them that was actually on the box that wasn't really in the observed, or that was on the manifest that wasn't actually found in the box. We had within the Braille ballot box that was labeled as Braille ballot, we had other types of ballots that were found in there that were not expected to be in there. So it makes things much more difficult. And moving on to, actually, if you scroll down, you should see Exhibit C. Okay.
You might need to speak into the mic a little bit more,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Logan.
So what we have here is we actually took a few examples out where serial numbers really should be unique. There should be one original ballot with a serial number and one ballot which is the duplicate of it with the same serial number. When you take a look at this chart, the first column is the box ID. That's the box that it came out of. And then you take a look at the next column, it'll tell you whether it's a type, what the type is. Dupe means it's a duplicate. DSD it means that it's actually the original ballot. And you'll notice that the last column is a serial number, but they're in groups of 3, which shouldn't really happen. So we have 2 original ballots that have the same exact serial number, and we have only one that was duplicated from it. And these are just a handful of examples that we have that go through it. And so we have a whole bunch of ballots that also don't have any serial number of them, so it's quite possible that for the second one with the same serial number, there's another one that matches up with it that literally doesn't have a serial number on it. But it creates a lot of time and difficulty in resolving these issues when it was not done in a manner where it's easy to match up and really according to my understanding of what statute is and what statute states. Not an attorney, but Ken Bennett can probably speak a lot more about
I'm not one either.
But you know the statutes really well.
So just to be clear on this, Madam President, I think, so this is some of the delay, I guess, so some of why it took so long to put these all together or trying to assimilate this, because you've got this kind of confusion and
correct.
And with Maricopa County refusing to answer any questions as to help us understand what you did here.
And there may be some explanation as to how and why serial numbers get duplicated. It doesn't seem like a good practice any way that you look at it, but if it's well documented and there's some easy way for things to be audited, then you're in good shape. But that's one of the problems we've run into, is that so many of the issues we've encountered through things makes it very difficult, if not impossible, in order to audit things. And it's our goal in going through there to give some irrefutable proof to make sure that we know that things were solid or that they're not. And these types of problems make it very difficult for us to be able to say absolutely on certain aspects.
Continue. Is that everything on the hand count ballots?
I believe that's everything on hand counts.
Okay, would you like to move on to paper examination issues that you need answers to?
Yes, please. Okay. So we utilized kinematic artifact detection in order to take a look at all of the ballots in order to process to figure out how they work and how they function. And if we can actually get Exhibit D up, please. Go ahead and scroll down. So on every single, I had it mislabeled as E, but it's actually D. Ballots are designed as such so that when you fill out one side of the ballot, it's very important that that if you fill out a bubble, and it does happen to bleed through, it doesn't do so in a manner that would actually impact the way the vote was cast. So ballots are designed in the manner to make that so. In order to make sure they're actually aligned, on one side of the ballot, there is the circle and X's that you see in this. And on the other side of the ballot, there's actually printed a cross. And when a ballot is properly aligned, that cross will actually line up perfectly. If you backlight it, this cross will actually line up perfectly. And that's actually the image you're looking at. We have a backlit image of a ballot, and you're seeing in the front side the circle and the cross, and the inside it's very similar to, say, like a gun sight. Now, if you look carefully at that top image, you'll actually notice that it's a little bit offset. Based on standards, that's actually the maximum it's supposed to be offset for a ballot to be viewed as valid and processed, so there aren't any issues with it. If you take a look at that image down at the bottom, you'll notice that it's 1900%. This is actually something from an actual ballot out of Maricopa County that we ran into, where it was out of calibration. And just to give a little bit more perspective, if we scroll down in the PDF to the next section, we actually have 2 batches here. We're still running this process through all the batches, but this graphic, you want to be in the bullseye. The bullseye in the center is actually the check marks on how offset those things should be. And just to be specific, from a calibration standpoint, I think it's supposed to be within 100% of in it, and we made our box about 300%. From the way this is calibrated. And you'll see that the average is actually, take on the top right-hand corner, the average on this is actually 1,024%, and the worst ballot was 3,200%. You can see there's 2 different batches that we have in here as examples. Now,
Madam President, Mr. Logan, so what happens to these ballots? What's if this happens, if they're off, the reading off, then what's the result?
Okay.
How is this dealt with in an election?
So if you actually go to the next exhibit, we'll talk through that here. So if they're offset, what it means is if it bleeds through, it can potentially cause an overvote. It can potentially cause you to vote for someone that you didn't intend to vote for, or so forth, because the bleed of one side's bubble can go forth to the other side and get within the area would be categorized for the other bubble. Now, specifically, we should not have had problems with bleed through. If you scroll down a little bit farther and zoom in where we've got the red box, this is actually a newsletter that was put out by Maricopa County that talks about the paper types that are utilized. And specifically, they state that they use vote secure paper. Now, if vote secure paper is utilized, it's actually a thick paper. It has a special coating on it that helps make sure there isn't bleed through. And so it would help ensure that bleed through wouldn't be a problem, even if things happen to be not perfectly calibrated. But if you scroll down to the next page, we're going to give you an example of an actual ballot where you can see the bleed through that goes through. And you can see that the bleed through is actually very, very close to where votes are cast. Now, as part of additional analysis, we're going to try to get a better idea as to when or if This did impact votes and did impact values. It does require additional analysis in here, but specifically, this is an indication of problems that could cause an overvote situation or could cause votes to be cast for a different candidate than intended.
So let me clarify something. I want to make sure I get this straight, because this was an issue early on, right after the election. So Maricopa County, you're saying on their website, said that they only use secure paper, which does not allow for bleed-through. Correct?
Correct. This is actually a newsletter from them, but yes.
Okay, their newsletter. And so if that is correct, there is no way there would be bleed-through as what we're seeing on the ballots.
Yeah, based on our discussions with paper experts, they specifically state that that paper is thick enough that it wouldn't bleed through, and we are seeing a lot of very thin paper stock being utilized, especially on election day.
Okay. Was this done with, does this happen with just magic markers, or does it happen with ballpoint pens? Do you know that answer? I don't want to put you on the spot, but
I would expect that, with Sharpies, the bleed through would be greater, but it could potentially happen to a lighter amount with regular ballpoint pens as well. Yeah.
Okay. So there was in fact, it was dubbed by some of the media Sharpie Gate at the very beginning, and there were the Maricopa elections people came back and said, no, if there was any bleed through, it would not have affected other votes because it's not lined up. Are you saying that's true or not true?
We would need more analysis, and their final report will be able to tell you more clearly whether this impacted things or not. But definitely, if there was an offset that was in the right direction, the right way, and there was bleed through, it could definitely impact the ballot.
Okay. One more question. Going back to this one on this phase right here, the pictures you had, what would cause that X or that mark to be out of that far of alignment? What causes that?
So if the printer is not properly calibrated, when it prints the second side of the page, it's actually offset, so it's not perfectly aligned. So it could be a number of different things involved, and probably printer calibration would be the key thing for it.
So would this be printer calibration with the people that printed the ballots, the main ballots, and aren't there printers like at the voting sites that they can print?
Yeah.
So it could be any of those printers?
So most of from what I understand, most of the ballots that were printed at Runbeck, that we can confirm with Runbeck, were pretty much spot on. But there's a lot of ballot on demands that are printed at the actual voting centers, and those had large offsets.
Do we know how many ballots on demand there were or not? Is there any records of
So
those?
it'd be roughly 168,000, which would be the election day ballots.
So those were all ballots on demand?
Yeah, we are seeing more than that where this offset occurred. And so we're trying to drill into what printers and where and what that's tied to.
Okay, thank you. Okay, continue. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I think that was everything.
Okay.
To cover.
So let's go to, let me back up to the paper examination issue too. How do we verify, so Maricopa County is saying we only use 4 types of paper and they're all secure, and we're saying they're not. How do we prove that? What is the best way to get that documentation to say what the truth really is? Can you help me with that?
Yeah, certainly. We can request information on the purchasing of paper that was utilized for ballots, what their quantities were and where they were utilized. We can get information on what printers were utilized at different locations, and all of that can help tie together to make more sense out of the information we have.
Great, thank you. Would you be able to make a list of that for me so that we can try and ask for that information for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Let's go to what we call voter data analysis, and because this ties in directly with the canvassing, our contract, the Senate contract with you, and your proposal for work, one of those items was canvassing to be able to actually verify if you found any information, and the only or best way to verify it is to actually go to that person. And I've always used the example because I do know of a case where one house got 25 ballots in the mail and only 2 people lived there. And so we had talked about how do we verify that, and there was a question about canvassing. Department of Justice sent us a letter about 4 or 6 weeks ago and said,
we're concerned about you actually knocking on doors, that you might, might be voter intimidation or civil rights violation or something, which I find is interesting after the White House last week said we're going to knock on doors to see whether you're vaccinated or not. But that's a side point, just a little side point. But so we told the Department of Justice that we would postpone that indefinitely until your audit was at a point where we could even determine whether that was going to be necessary or not. So can you talk to us about that, and is it going to be necessary? Is it not? Go into that part for me, please.
Yeah, based on the data we're seeing, I highly recommend we do the canvassing, because it's the one way to know for sure whether some of the data we're seeing, if it's real problems or whether it's clerical errors of some sort. So for example, we have 74,243 mail-in ballots where there is no clear record of them being sent. And just to be clear, here in the state of Arizona, there's EV32s and EV33s. EV32s is supposed to give a record of when a mail-in ballot is sent, and an EV33 is supposed to give a record of when the mail-in ballot is received. And so there should be an equal, there should be more EV32s, more sent out than there are that are received. Specifically with these, we can tie them to a specific individual that was mailed to. And so we have 74,000 where we have them came back from individuals where we don't have a clear indication that they were ever sent out to them. That could be something where documentation wasn't done right. There was a clerical issue. There's not proper things there. But I think when we've got 74,000, it merits knocking on a door and validating some of this information.
So, Madam President, if I may, Mr. Logan, what are you looking at where you see this, where there's 72,000 received but not 72,000 sent? What did you guys look at to come up with that?
So there was information that was FOIA'd from the county, specifically in these EV32 and EV33 forms. And that is what gives an account of what was sent out and what was received back.
This is the data you received from a FOIA request back
correct.
From the county.
Members of our team received back, correct.
And you're saying that the EV33, which is the number of ballots received, was higher than the number of ballots.
We are not seeing an equivalent EV32 to go along with EV34. Or 33, I'm sorry, I keep doing this up.
32 and 33.
32 and 33, we're not seeing them where they match up, because there should be a matchup of them. Obviously, you're going to have more mail-in ballots sent out than are ever returned, but specifically, these should match up with each other.
Okay.
Is there another way to get that information? How would you verify that? Is there another way to get that information if what you have seen so far doesn't make sense? How can we verify? Is there a way to do that?
Yeah, we could request information from the U.S. Postal Service on what was, went through the mail system. There's additional records about if mail-in ballots were in fact rejected and returned. That information, would be useful in sorting through some of this as well. There's a number of different things associated with artifacts that are created when mail-in ballots are sent.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Okay. So we have also seen some interesting things related to the voter rolls. So for example, we have 11,326 people that did not show up on a November 7th version of the voter rolls that should have been after votes were cast, but then appeared on the December 4th voter rolls. And just to be clear, they show as voted in this past election, but they were not a November 7th version of the file, and they did show up on the December 4th version.
Okay, that sounds confusing. Give me an explanation of why that might have, we're not saying there's fraud, we're not saying anything else. I'm just trying to find answers. Is there a logical explanation why that would be?
I cannot think of a logical explanation on what that would be, but it'd be a great thing to hear back from the county to see if there's anything that we're not thinking of.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
So we have, from what I understand here in Arizona, Hobbs had requested that the registration date for voting be moved up to Election Day, and there was actually a court case that moved it back to October 15th. Based on the registration information that we found in the voter rolls, we have 3,981 individuals who show as having voted in this election, and their data shows up in the canvas as having voted in this election. However, they were registered after October 15th.
So what we would need is again, so all of these, Madam President, so all of these are things that canvassing, we could find out, did they register before? Did they even vote? Or we need some more data. We need more data from the county to show they registered before that date. Something showing that they registered before October 15th, or something showing that these their ballots were sent out to people where they were received. Or we need to do a canvass. We need to be doing canvassing to ask the voters themselves.
Okay, continue.
The last one I have is we have roughly 20,000, I think it was about actually closer to 18,000, who voted in the election and then showed as being removed from the voter rolls soon after the election. So they were on the voter rolls, they showed as voted, and then they were removed. And there could be a good logical explanation for that, but it seems like a large number to immediately have after an election be removed. And so getting more documentation on the request to remove from voter rolls or other process to make sure that makes sense seems logical. In addition, again, knocking on doors and canvassing can help validate that information.
Okay. Mr. Bennett, besides knocking on doors, how would we also obtain that information? Secretary of State, voter rolls, Maricopa County, or knocking on doors is the only way to do it? I don't understand.
Well, the original voting records are kept at the county level. That is shared electronically on a daily basis with the Secretary of State's office. It keeps a statewide voter database. The Secretary of State's office receives information from vital records and other courts and et cetera, that is then in kind of reverse sent to the county levels to let the counties know who's died, who's been adjudicated in a court hearing as being incompetent or lost their voting rights because of a felony conviction or something like that. So I guess we could look at almost daily data between the county and the Secretary of State's office.
All right, thank you. Continue.
That's actually the last thing I have to cover from this section.
Okay. Envelopes, that's an issue that we've been talking about. Would you like to touch on that as well?
Yeah, we've had an affidavit that specifically stated that when mail-in ballots were received, that so many of them were received that the standards reduced over time. They originally talked about there was initially 20 points of comparison on the signature, and then after some time they're told to go to 10 points of signature, 10 points of comparison, then 5, and then eventually they were just told to let every single mail-in ballot through. So we think it's important. Understand with the course of our settlement, the only thing we can look at is blank signatures, but we think it's important to get the mail-in ballot images and see how many, if any, blank signatures came through, because that could have a material impact on the election.
Okay. Do we not have those images of the envelopes?
We do not have those images. Maricopa County has stated that they provided us with images of the envelopes, but specifically the folder they pulled into us on a specific drive has to do with voter registration details. It does not appear to have anything to do with the receiving of ballots. And I believe that, again, Bennett can tell you more about his interchanges with them, but specifically we asked them, so are you saying that in that folder we should have the envelopes that were utilized for ballots to be delivered in this past election? And the answer was basically there's envelopes in that folder, and it did not clearly answer our question.
So, Mr. Bennett, when you asked them or advised them that maybe they're mistaken, they're not here, could you send it again, or what was said?
I would simply recommend, Madam President, that they be re-subpoenaed as almost maybe a separate item and on a separate device, and it's not commingled with other folders or anything else.
But I guess her question is, what has been their response when you asked for? We need the images of the ballots.
Envelopes.
We need the images of the envelopes that were mailed. They said they gave us a file. It's not on the file. When you ask, you tell them we don't have those. What is the response? What has the response been to you?
It's on the Lacey 5 terabyte hard drive in a affidavits folder that's 1.83 terabytes big. And we keep looking for it and don't find it.
If I might add, I did an extensive forensic search for the mail-in ballots. The only images that are contained on the referenced Lacey Drive are the original voter registration affidavits. Nothing to do with mail-in ballots.
Thank you. Okay. So we will put that on the list of things to ask for. All right, so that brings us right into that list. Mr. Peterson, I'm going to let you take over at this point.
Well, I think, Madam President, you and I just, we talked about so you've done a good job of letting us know what we've done, what's completed so far. We've heard a few things that we're missing. The President and I would like to know if you can tell us, just if you can kind of summarize or go through, tell us what do you guys need based off of what you've learned so far to have a complete forensic audit where we can have a complete and final report. So if you can share with us, what are those things that you would need to do that?
I think one of the key things that Mr. Cotton has talked about is we really need the Splunk logs in order to validate there was not any remote access to those systems in order to confirm any type of remote connectivity. And we request
so we've covered that. I mean, anything that hasn't been mentioned already in the hearing. Do you have anything that because we've written, I believe the President and I have written all those things down. Is there anything that we haven't brought up that you would need to make this where you feel like it's a complete audit?
Yeah, so specifically when we talk about those changes to the voter rolls we talked about, and there's additional things we've seen that have changed in voter rolls over time that should not change. I think it would be very helpful if we could get a full backup copy of the database of voter rolls, specifically with information about who it was that made changes and when, and IP addresses and those details, so we can drill into why it is that some of these changes have taken place. I think we talked about chain of custody already. That's something that's extremely important for us to validate the chain of custody of everything from the point where the first ballot was sent to the point where we received stuff. We have full chain of custody of what we've covered, while it's been in our custody, but we need to know of it prior to that.
Okay.
So we understand that there may be some systems associated with the duplication of ballots that we have not forensically looked at. And as we've seen problems with duplication, if we're able to have access to those, we believe it would be very valuable in seeing what might be going on.
So what do you mean? What specifically, what are you looking for there?
Well, there's some software, I believe it's called Novus, that's used as part of the duplication process. There was actually a court case, I believe it was Ward via Jackson, where it was discovered that some of that duplication was not properly attributing results for the candidate the original had. And so being able to forensically look at that information would be helpful. And based on some analysis that Mr. Cotton has done, he does not see that within any of the data sets that we currently have. And so the question is whether the original subpoena was worded as such that we should have received that, or whether this is something that needs to be in a new request.
Okay. Anything else?
So any reports associated with the breach that is known about of the voter rolls with Maricopa County, that again will help with investigation that Mr. Cotton is putting together.
To be clear, you're talking about the breach that happened in the Maricopa County, sent letters out to the voters and saying, please be aware our system's been hacked or breached, and
Yes,
we believe none of your personal information has been disclosed. That letter, that breach.
Correct.
Okay.
There's been minimal public information available about that, and any internal reports on what was discovered, the levels of the breach, and how far would be very helpful in our analysis as to whether the voting systems were impacted this election cycle.
Now, you weren't here at the time. I don't know if you know, Mr. Bennett. Do you remember, is this the same breach as the one where the FBI raided that house?
Yes,
I don't know.
Doug is
Yes, ma'am, I
nodding.
believe so.
Mr. Logan, okay.
And, Mr. Cotton, I don't know if you want to chime in.
I believe that to be the same.
Okay, thank you.
So specifically, we'd like to request all portable media or external hard drives that contained election definitions, election results, backups, or similar data. We know from photos that we've seen from MTech that there was at least 3 orange drives, of which we received 1 of them. And reviewing the wording of the subpoena, portable media and external drives may not have been included if you were trying to take a very narrow view of what we requested. We believe there will be backups and other information that will be helpful in our analysis on those.
Okay.
So you need us to subpoena the 2 missing orange drives, missing
Well,
drives?
I think we worded as any portable media or external drives that have not been given prior subpoenas.
Okay. Thank you.
They're associated with the election specifically.
Thank you.
We don't need any of the information we've already seen, so most of this stuff we've put caveats that we don't need things we already received. As we've heard the report that the election department shares a network with the sheriff's department, it'd be very helpful to have the network diagram to show how that is, and from our analysis standpoint, it'll make it easier for Mr. Cotton to hone in on what happened, and again, to look at things. I think we already talked about the backups of election management data. Digital copies of all versions of policies and procedures utilized associated with the election would be helpful. We've received verbal reports from a number of people that work for Maricopa County that indicate that some of the things we've seen don't actually comply with Maricopa County's policies and procedures, but without a copy of those, it's difficult for us to validate those. And we want to make sure that any finding we put into our report is something that be irrefutable, and we have the hard evidence to back it up. So getting those policies and procedures would be helpful in doing so.
Question, if I might. Question. Why would those not be public record and already produced somewhere? If they're procedures, election procedures.
Well, some levels of them are public and are available. But when I looked into specifically trying to see some of the ballot storage requirements and how they should be stored specifically as an example, there was not very detailed information. And usually you have guidance from a state, and then within a county they'll have very specific, their interpretation of how they execute it. It's one of the reasons why it's so valuable with an audit to be able to have conversations with people, because there's things they do in Maricopa County they don't do that way anywhere else in the country. And not all those are necessarily wrong. It's not about right or wrong. It's just different. So getting their policies and procedures so we know them and we're aware of them is something that's helpful. And some of that information they did send over with the original subpoenas. But there's additional, like I said, when I went through them, there's enough things that we ran through that I couldn't find specific documentation on that we were told they had specific guidance on, and we'd like copies of that.
Okay, so so through inferences, they're told they know how to do this. Well, how do we know how to do this? It's not in the procedure manuals. We need where they're getting this guidance and training.
Correct. Okay. And most governmental organizations have very clear and very precise policies and procedures for pretty much everything that's done. And so it should be something that's easy to procure. So we mentioned before about the blue sheets. Since we received these through another party, we'd like to specifically subpoena them so we know we have the official copies of them. They call them the tabulation logs. That was the official name that they utilized in them. And so that's, again, just to make sure that what we have is valid and real. We have no reason to expect that it's not, but it's just good to get it officially. Tied in with some of the things we ran into on the voter rolls, records of all mailed out ballots, everything that's available as far as what's mailed out and what was rejected, and validation that they were destroyed if they were rejected and came back. I've got a lot of things in here. They're specific to that, but for the brevity, So we'd like copies of all files transmitted for the purpose of duplicating damaged ballots or alternate format ballots, specifically to help us trace some of this information to make sure everything matches up and that it followed appropriately, because for things to be printed by a printer at Runbeck on duplicate ballots, they had to send a request over to them of some format and some data, and we'd like to be able to match that up with everything that we have. We talked about the records of all paper distributed to vote centers and so forth. So additional information associated with adjudication of ballots would be helpful as we do our analysis on those and make sure that that conforms with expectations, that votes are cast over as far as who what the process was, who was involved in it, and how they validated things with that. Specifically, we'd like information about the total count of all ballots sent to UOCAVA eligible voters, how they were sent and how they were received, because there's a number of different ways those votes can be received back. And we have some of the numbers with UOCAVA seem a little off, seem a little anomalous, and we'd like to get more documentation on that to make sure that we can have, if there's any anomalies that merit going into a report, that we have the information to know whether it belongs or doesn't. I think that's pretty much everything here. If we're talking about things generically, there's more specifics that I have listed, but.
Okay. Do we have more questions?
I don't at this point. I think I'm gonna have to circle back with them to get this list. I won't be able to make heads or tails out of
I'll send you the document.
my quick chicken scratching there. So I'll get a clear. Go ahead.
So I think if you don't have any questions, Madam President, I don't have any more questions. Maybe just some closing statements here. Just back to what you said about working together. It is unfortunate that the county has been recalcitrant. That doesn't breed trust. It slows things down. It makes things difficult. We'd like to work together with them. We'd like to be able to get answers with to questions, and we'd like to get everything we need to finish the audit, more than anything. Obviously, some of these things can just, they could probably answer. Some of these procedural things, working together, we could just get answers to. But I think there's some really important things that we have been brought up today that we need to get if we want to have a complete, full forensic audit. If we don't get them, it will be an incomplete report. It will be an incomplete audit, and that's what the findings will reflect. So I think in addition to what he's mentioned and additional things, we need to get we've got to get the chain of custody. We have to get the routers or reports. It's safe. Experts say it's safe. Limit the report to what we're asking for or what we're needing. Put it on paper, whatever you need to do. We need to get those logs, and we need to get that report. We need to get the tokens to the machines. We need to be able to see how they were configured, and we need to hear back. We need to know for certain. The appearances is that administration resides with a third party. We need to hear back whether that's the case or not. We need to know. And what we need to do in the future is we need to make sure that administration resides with the state. Administration resides with the county. We need to get the envelopes.
Signatures.
Yeah, we need to get the envelopes for the mail ballots. We've been told we have them. It seems like somebody could either walk over and show us where that's at, or they can bring it to us, or give it to us. So we need to get that, and then of course we'll get, if you can send us that list. We did our best to write those things down, but we'll get the list. And I think from my perspective, that's kind of the two ways this is going to go. It'll either be an incomplete forensic audit with the findings and the things that we've got so far, or it will be incomplete if we don't have those items.
Thank you. Once again, I just want to state that that at no time have we ever implied or inferred that there was any intentional misdoings here in any way whatsoever. And in fact, we certainly hope not. But we do need to have this information and answer these questions so that we can make sure that the voters of Arizona have solid answers as to how our election systems works, the check and balances, to know that they have a safe and secure ballot when it comes in. So we will be asking for this additional information. We'll find out whether, I'm guessing we're going to have to go back to court unless Maricopa County will say, yes, let's work on this together, which I thought we would do. I do not know why Maricopa County has fought this so hard. If it's their electoral system, I would think they would want to know that everything is operating the way it should, and I believe that our Secretary of State would feel the same way. So we will endeavor to keep getting the answers. What do they say? The whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. And we'll move forward and get whatever we can to help you finish this audit. So we appreciate you flying in for this. We appreciate the time that you've put here, and we'll just keep moving forward. Now, before we adjourn, I would like security to please escort these three men out. For security reasons, we were instructed that we need to let them out first. And with that, thank you all very much for attending. We appreciate you being here, and we'll just keep moving forward with as much as we can, and we'll start giving more and more information out to everybody. So thank you. And we are adjourned.